How is your day going? Great conversation. Enlightening.
also wow, you're selling things, and you're in a place specifically you're in sell. So you want Harvey story now?
Oh, no.
Sorry, please don't. Make the new film of the show. About 7 months. You ever heard of this? You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, so you're from Connecticut, here for 7 months. That must be a culture shock. There's no way human have any fun anywhere at any time. Now you're here. Music and comedy and how culture. So explain to us over the last 7 months you've been like
I've been going to a lot of concerts. Been not getting as much as I
well, I've not been getting quite as much. My statistics of China are on an all-time low. We have higher amounts of anal regions, and this is not the first times.
That's it's honestly like the nicest celebrity ever. Let's see, like Steve was
So you say you're not getting as much notice as you're used to. What's like pretty good girls that you normally do? It's mostly random.
like online dating. It's where this term is Asperger's, basically like not autistic, but sometimes, like right now. The Asperger's, just very dreadful. Oh no, like I said, like I can leave sometimes.
Like the last time you got by anyone, take a screen. How?
All right, so last time I got laid was a couple months ago. 73 months. So there's this girl living downstairs from me. And I was drunk. She was very drunk. And nice to me. Even kind of her age, really. No kind of remorse.
For his much.
Very much what it is.
Wow. What about
6 days, like, so it is well after pushing it. Yeah, I was almost doing like mushrooms, so it was like, so I was like, something very old, like, like, you're a little party machine. You're getting drunk and you're eating mushrooms. What else are you into? Let's see. I feel like trying to like microdose, like microdose of the mushrooms, like I'm trying to read on the scale, trying to like so I can keep my dosage down, so we don't accidentally like look up into the public. I did that once. Holy shit! Yeah, you I think you're gonna be out here. Yeah, it's but like when I'm drinking, like it's actually like the craziest thing you've ever done. Oh god, so do you want to hear about this time I got naked? Or do you want to why do I feel like it's the same story? Alright, so I'll just go with the story because that's clearly the part one. So to be fair, this one was one of those podcasts. This is the first time I ever tried doing this. And that's when they taught me first to just one time, to start small. I'm a fucking retard, so I took more steps on my first I know I'm doing the good shit. This is a fucking We get a lady up here, huh? See what happens. Next story is great. Is Yasin? Camera? Is that a camera? Is the real guy? From the audience? Is he here? Where's he at? He's back there? You put him back there? You didn't put him in secret? We have some time. We started a little bit. Yes, like she knows
wild. You still having fun out there? For everybody.
Have any of you ever heard about choice? It's a concept where the more options you're given, the harder time you'll have to make your decision, the less happy you'll be when you do make. I learned about this phenomenon on Reddit, but I didn't truly understand what it meant. I found myself halfway down the 14-page article. If any of you are on the 14th page of March, I'm here to tell you. Lower your one, there's nothing short of this. You get to page 14 and you got anything up. It's like Jesus Christ. I am a big fan of pornography. Because I do look up qualms, a couple of owners pick. I'm joking.
Good job.
That's one of my favorite clips on the record there. Very, very interesting. This is your first time on the show? Absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it for 2 years now.
Where at?
I live in Canada, so we go all comedy for money.
Holy shit. Money for a woman and a kid. Canadians have been funny lately. I don't know what they put in their scene, but fucking, you don't see retarded at all. Our next two, we're going to show more special needs. You
Pretty small town, but Listowel. It's my hometown. I work full time as a server, and I'm a place.
That's incredible. You guys stop it. You stop it. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, John. Shh. So, what do you like to do for fun?
Let's do order. Like I only get up for 1 day a week. I do so that's just yeah.
This Mexican very good. So, how long are you visiting America? What's the biggest country?
Only here for 10 more days. I do like to come back in the summer. I go back home and stay with
Stretch, right. Seems like an interesting place to be located up there in the middle of nowhere.
It's good. I mean, only there's a couple of power hours once a week at this one bar. The person who goes on. So it's really
That what else do you do? What else would make sure your story fantastic?
I like to read. I'm not snowboarding. I like to read. I'm going to sit for at home. It's my sleep party.
What did you say? You're oh shit. Bring the cereal. Come on, boy.
Probably
God damn. How's he? All right.
Yep. Everybody with a little glass. So, bird.
it's pretty. I'd like to. I just don't have the time. And for that reason, birds love stuff like that.
Very interesting. I would watch a lot of movies like you said in your set.
I looked at that show ago, and I listened to Reddit to my phone now. I don't know Pornhub yet.
That's like 40 years too.
Yeah. That's wild. We get into it over the way of a lonely.
Well, it's you can just subscribe to any category, and then you just be doing credit to read about the economy, and all of a sudden you get.
I ask you an honest question. One subreddit are you subscribed to?
But such a concept. Please stop watching this movie, Father.
I promise literally nobody. You know, some of these exactly minutes base that might think that you might be shocked to know that one what 4 years.
And they're not.
Yeah.
So the other person was like,
Yeah, they'll play video games.
wow.
You saw this?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I like my porn.
Is it? Guys.
Play video games. That sounds like fun to get would be a
She's seen him on Reddit. Yeah, it's pretty popular.
any other special skills, talents that you just want to know? Anything or save anything? You can. How would you want to see your like your alert? This is incredible. Literally. Whoa. That's incredible. What a special talent. Can you do this with your elbow? No. Michael's a freak athlete. Yeah. It's unbelievable. I would love to have this next time.
Rabbi, you desperate.
She likes birds. Wow. Emily came in very fun, very entertaining interview. Congratulations. Big cool. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the great and powerful William Montgomery could not make it tonight, everybody. He got stranded in Las Vegas, Nevada, with a crippling Adderall and gambling addiction, and he's going to be back tomorrow, unfortunately. But, this place has been hiring, much like its predecessor, the Comedy Store. It is specifically showcased and hired all the funniest young talent from around the city. And because these types of people are available anytime we want, we decided to give you a real special treat in the place of William Montgomery. What you're about to see is truly a guy who, right now, working at the ship, right now, is truly going to continuously never stop moving up in the comedy game. And you're going to remember, you were at the show the night that you saw him, perhaps for the very first time. You may know him already. A local legend, ladies and gentlemen, is Steve Rabbi.
Hello, I never made it this far.
Yeah, real trash.
Gives a shit. Right? Briefcases. Fine. Talking about giving up starters, he could. That was that. That was that.
try. You could use take was the size company would help possibly have enough fucking fire sport. Extreme entertainment. You are an original subject force. I'm on the clock. I'm on a rips an hour. It's coin based. No rips, no coins, 8 coins, 8 rips. You know how it is. You are shit. You are working right now. I'm a big Stop. So, remember this. Yeah. That's how good he is. Like, he's going to fucking. Guys, yeah. You're doing exactly what I said. It's not getting That's in any matter. Hey man, is that a picture? I remember that. Cool. Oh yeah. I don't know what. I don't even know what the music account. But I'm gonna ask it anyway. Talk a lot about. Yeah. Do you really? You stop this. What's going on? Like, based on. Yeah. What's your question? Yeah, he's stop.
It's awesome. It's all the time.
What kind of churches have you found? Absolutely. You've been doing a lot of spots. Second spot tonight. You're right, you already did the upper. Goddamn right. Yeah, that's exactly that's me. Honestly, I don't know what you're seeing. Yeah, that's my film. That's my real name. My record team says. Doctors told me like 6 months ago, they're like, yes. Like, you want to work with your kids? You want to work with your kids? It's 6 years. Like, the time table fast. Like, 6 years from now, you got to work with what leaders and so whatever, like, learn not to rid of them. That's incredible. You are in he's other than relapse with an overdose. I could not but you your burger. My question is, I'll probably watch you continue with your game and you know, years and you are just everything. What I want to know is in this stage right now, what's your winning situation like? Yeah, I think it was my phone if I sent it, right? Yeah, I think so. Top and bottom. Sleep in it with her. This is me. Are you still sleeping? No, I've got to be. I got Come on, still doing it, still doing it. Come on. Your assessment is how I downtown.
I would do. Six, but I'm just like, teaching them first grade, second grade, so that was my job. But we had some kids. It's like there's two leagues. There's which is the first timers, there's 6 year there's 6 year there's a 6 year that kids. Yeah. I was telling you, that's the kid. Yeah. This was funny. I get everybody in the on the press or in the but what I was doing, at 42. Like you're more like you're. Let's get frankly, whatever. What is it? Double loose. Don't want to. Listen. That is just. That was so great. Russians that's a thing. Yeah, sure. Yes. 100% guys are just doing free skating. That way. ugly summer. And now those are and 25. Somebody said, they were coming to kill some kids. Overall, I hear. A lot of the people were national. Buddy, yes, it's not like this. Oh. Beyond cops, everybody. I can't even more. They would come in, right away. They just killed for the kids and I. Like it was like kind of romantic. 30 billion. If you there was a lot of that, and is personal situations. Like, it's a lot of your soldiers are fighting right now. Jesus. Kelly brother outside. That's it. Right here, that guy right there. For a little bit. Love, did you? What's the point of thinking about it? That looks like now, wants a girl. Too much about it. That mentality is military great. I just want I get sometimes these get awful. Like I got donate. Yes, only. Let's see what happens. You got it. She's money. It doesn't matter. I hope she. I hope she does. That's she's for it all. Stream I get you. Try to get rock. Chips goes that's what it's done. This was that. Tell you guys messages are really cartel numbers. So, yeah, first of all, you have to say to goddamn minutes. If I get this information, I do never mention my name again. It's not him who allowed that away. Let's get the check the line. I just feel lucky we don't live and that's where they provide jobs. So it's crazy. Really, it thousands, thousands, the question is what happened. I think the Trump administration has put so much pressure on this. And I think this is obvious. The last 10 years I never listened. Yeah. What am I missing? The best time to buy. That's section 5. That's town. Tourists. They live. But a lot of it has to be like a strong counter. But you got to find a way to kind of corruption. Gets involved. Of course. Yeah. Turn it on. If you are somebody who needs all the parts, okay. If you're novice, if you are a car freak, either way, all the parts is very important. Is where you want to go because they have all the parts knowledge you need that you don't have to worry about. They have all your maintenance and repair. So parts you can test your when in the car, get your license, have a good service. You've got everything. It's not the store, it's not mine. There are always available. Do it yourself. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly.com/fighter. That's O'Reilly.com/fighter. That's what I want. Fighter, not just the kid. Fighter. Joe, I understand. When the criminalization is stronger than the police, you'd be. Did you see what happened with the? I did see. Us. I'm breaking this news. I this makes me like it more. Yeah. No. Okay, so no,
just like a client at the time. This was like 2023. And he put me on the club, kept the same clothes, right? Loves them. Loves the always girl. He loves the Rabbi. He loves kept the same. So yeah, he started paying for my life completely and utterly. Had lost touch with my brain into different things. I tried to leave this so many fucking times, and he'd always get me back with something shiny. Every time he cheated on me, I gave you back because he tied up a lot to the right, which led to my God, that was she. Time, right? And I just decided to look at his phone every time, trying to find a new pitch, a new problem, so I could get a new bag, right? Until I found out that it was somewhere. When I see the ad, everything changed because I knew it. And then I could have used it.
the way she's so fast, it's kind of like, I mean, it's a person. We could just and if anything gets right. Very true. That's a real man. So what is she doing in business? Not get you publicly. Yeah. It's like a woman scorned. What? Do this for the money. She was break up. She's going to say that. You have to say everything she does for the money. She's that's their just because she got because you know I don't hard. Yeah. Disgusting. What do you think? My throat. That's weird too. So your friends with his wife, you're talking to her husband. What is going on here? This is it's not. She's not a girl class person either. I'm not research. It's that. It's hard to see. Jesus Christ, 30 minutes. I'm busy 9/11. Working with a big. I'll make sure. You know, would you assume? So imagine my dog. He laughed it off. It is. I just liking. I'm not really sure. She could get on it. She could have done all this. She do everything. So I don't touch sweet and firm question.
No, baby.
Somebody else want to suck you off. I'll listen to the blog looking on the group. Somebody else. She's trying. Just saying she. So. What happens? Yes, that's let's go. Sometimes you're straight. My friends. I can't tell. Blame everything also on them. Just the already. You know, it's a fucking good way. Just has a fight on his fucking. It's like hiding questions like the reason it's Nazis and black words. The Nazi, my anti-Nazi mediation. So she's the want to see this? Yeah. Yeah. I don't like. I don't like it. It makes me sad. I just she's clearly hurt. She's going to work out. You know, when it's fall, doesn't work out. She doesn't. Hell yeah. It just doesn't. It's okay. You just gotta go through it and fight. Well, it's gonna quit. Now let me ask you this. What's going on? Yeah. You know what I mean? Moment. That's all. We just gotta make sure. Now, he doesn't seem terribly worried about the fact that the men are patients. And like what you said, right? There's a whole thing. There's why all this, all exactly. This for me, and it is. I'm trying to think. I'm not going to judge it out. Just kidding. I don't want to keep. That's sick. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually. Hey, Corrado? Gina? Gina's big. Much bigger than Robin. She's right at 45. She's up. She's sort of fun. A lot of sugar pipes. Everything just fun. Yeah. Awesome. She does. Yeah. I'm not saying yes, that's faith. Substantially. I did that. I play pro football. No. You don't say. The question, no. Boys. Man, not yet. Similar. Yes. Came in. Ferrari. That's a very good one. I went very well. Oh. What? Shit. Yeah. Wow. Now Rich. Here's the question. She gets paid more to find the routes of depth support that she's see if you want to wonder. That's they should stop because they it's just one section. She wants tell you, that's like that. I'll say like that.
I rely on technique. I want to be in a fight with Mayweather. Now, Pacquiao has a, he does Pacquiao issue. Get a patch.
It's interesting. It's not. See,
Man, he's great. I think
I would never. But if I bet on,
yeah. Yeah. It's crazy.
yeah, listen, he's made.
Yeah.
But apparently, he has it. He has it in like. Yeah. And well, you look great.
He takes damage. I don't like him.
Yes. He beat. Yes.
And also, keep focused.
This is white. Black guy would know. I heard something about him earlier in Instagram.
But yeah, I think he knows he shouldn't say that. He's trying to fit society and sometimes just go, ah!
So the first, so you're saying, some people are FJ, like, I like him a lot, but he tests. It's very great. He talks about stuff. He knows about like this video. I will get you what to tell me. This
mentioned it. And he said, "What I got to John Woods is part of the boards." So, when he asked me, rights to it, I followed online where the students, like, yeah. Sometimes like sounds and stuff like that. And it's really, really powerful disease. But I get distracted on this because how the way until we let them if I can understand like just the I'm not trying to get down with this. Why? Specifically, makes me look like my junior was he really thinking this? Is there a process that we're going to address when it comes to what's made up? To see if it's out of it doesn't it's erratic. I don't know. I'm trying to be very logical with this. We're really going to be I don't have to I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from. It's first president. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't think that was he said crazy. He said, I don't know. It's opportunity. What happened? He said, born and I just think that what happens with trans people is that they go, I think they see that range of I think as a guy, he should say, guys, I'm really sorry. I can't wait for Jesus except for I'm not in this condition. No. What happens? Really? And run. What's well, that's the thing where being necessarily apologize. He just said something, this is what the thing is happening sometimes. So I think people want, I would say, there's no consequence. You can't watch it. If you see and how it serves that person with to other races, other people, himself is honestly, saying that the mics that are around, you know, just like that's the thing. No, this is what I'm just shit. That's it. So yeah, let's check this out. This is context. Just she's getting some.
It's Rabbi.
40-inch shot. 40-inch shot. I can't. Yeah. But this is just like, what do you? No. Super cute. Well, let me ask you this. Right. She's done. Just do it.
This guy talking about however many different views they would be some I spoke about
This guy was 3 months.
look like you're wearing bodybuilder. Bigger than torsos. How does the how would you find things like that? So crazy real monsters information in 2017, and this is 6 years later in 2023. Very much just this much in 6 years. It's 100 pounds plus.
We're talking about that does. Check out the
You sound like you. You went to Vietnam, and this is his I'm looking for one because I can do fast.
So you make a little And you did. Filler. Please, I know. My nose keeps saying you can see my.
I want my old nose because as you get older, your nose bulges. So I can.
For some people's nose get narrower.
That's
Funny one.
boy.
That's the store where prisons cubes. You know what I mean? From 57 to the computer tech. Computer. Computer tech. Bad dude. That's the and speaking of I saw my TV. It's not much. It's just starting out. That's says why. We're talking about that's funny.
Run it to the sun. Yeah. It's funny. What are you entertaining this like? Why would I? You know, go in there. It's beer. He's an influence. Champ. Like algebra a little bit too. Algebra called me up. He said, "Oh, you're wrestling."
Really?
27.
Non-bodybuilder smile for 26 years. Smile this heaviest I've ever been. Guess how much it weighs? 156 kilograms. Yes, you heard that. 156 kg. No. Pounds right now. All cuts. And he doesn't even compete. That is insane. Anybody else out there that can do something like 125 pounds chest. He's only over 400 pounds right now. It's actually growing some people's interest in each hand. I don't think I've ever seen people go this heavy on chest supported dumbbells. Have you guys ever tried to go down 225 dumbbells? So ridiculously. 225 dumbbells and then rowing it 11 times. This man literally just worked up for fun. Fully to me. Really just. Yeah. That was his one after she had it. She's
out of the hospital. Quite by far the most extreme and challenging injury I've ever faced in my entire life. Had a fracture. Complex was had compartments. Compartments when there's so much trauma carrying your body. There's too much blood and so muscle nerves
Oh, there. Nice. Whatever. I'm not.
Phoenix, Arizona, at the Days of Richard Club's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I will be up in Colorado, March 5, 6, and 7. And if to be with you, Phil? Yes, sir. It's at 2 months.
Well, look who the fuck just feels like they can roll in. Feel like, dog, you are so loud. You are so loud. You are so loud. Thanks, babe. What wouldn't I be? Oh, wow, you're. Yeah, I won't shit on you. What's going on, big dog?
Competition with like an employee bomber and different creators, basically scenario. Like cryptocurrency, I think an article. You have a chance to look it over.
Can you summarize it for me? Right.
Basically, I was like trying to make a good let's say like you know the vibe is so good, you have collateral should hypothetically off that really accounting tree like this, capital or actually self pressure there is a great one for a stable coin. I'm saying I came up with a new model somewhat solves the problem and really a similar model concept that came up with for running an NFT that I was working on. There's three work with were permanently locked. So you permanently locked the community. And in order to make that NFT, you have to lock up a token, basically. And the NFT became the primary like this game. And that basically meant that token price being back fully, but the NFT layers of exist. So, with token for creators like that, each other for integrity and the transaction fees is voted upon by the community for what the challenges are and the risks. Basically, you have a token that will purchase initially, and that they want that token in order to mint the NFT, and that NFT should be secured, so you want them more tokens to get a owner. Like, not necessarily rare, but got a greater, like, higher earnings or percentage of sponsorship revenue and transaction fees and greater interest overall tokens. And basically means that the token will always have increasing reserve of actual value that can be delivered in a particular field. Value goes on NFT layer.
Why can't we sell the token?
I mean, that would probably be a little more simpler, but if you do that, then the value of the token will decrease. With this, you have reserves that would always go increasing. Actually,
Right, but I mean, the second that an investor here, I can't sell this thing. Basically, I'm having to get
you can sell it. You just have to sell the NFT, right? You get the speculation layer, the NFT layer, but the reserve always grows by that. So the NFTs fluctuate in value up and down, similar to how the token would, but actual value of the token is permanent.
Okay, so what about for an investor who doesn't like NFTs but does like cryptocurrency? They just shit out of luck.
I mean, NFTs are cryptocurrencies. Different standard for ERC 721 or number versus ERC 430 or the Ethereum thing is. One or here.
I mean, there's an argument to be made, and I don't know the exact technical description, but cryptocurrencies are traded on market. NFTs are assets that are purchased with cryptocurrency that hold a value in relation to crypto, but it's not itself a cryptocurrency.
I don't think that's correct. I think that it is a cryptocurrency. It's just the difference is one is fungible and one is non-fungible.
But even the thing of being non-fungible is fungible because it's so over time.
No, that's not what non-fungible. Non-fungible means that they each have an independent value.
I understand the cryptocurrency is a cryptocurrency. And if cryptocurrencies are separate and don't really be like idea. You may be right. Let's see here. So, no, these are not cryptocurrency cocksucker. I mean, that's a direct quote. No NFTs are not a cryptocurrency cocksucker. A cryptocurrency is fungible. One coin equals another coin, like Bitcoin, and NFT is unique. One of a kind, like a digital trading card. They both live on the blockchain, but an NFT is a separate asset, property, and that's what I was trying to say. It's a separate asset.
Okay. I guess, yeah, that's correct.
But that's okay. I mean, it's confusing. You're like,
By value. Like it's not. I mean, like the difference between this and this one NFT. Single one is just like a picture. And it's just like, how much do we think this picture is worth? With these NFTs, they're actually backed by physical cryptocurrency, or not like a digital cryptocurrency. It's just a bunch of ones and zeros, but there's tangible value associated to the NFT and is like embedded within NFT. If that makes sense.
yeah, it's but it doesn't give you value. I get that. All right. So as an investor, I'm someone who says, look, I'm bullish on cryptocurrency. I'm bearish on NFTs. So I don't like your project. What do you say to that?
Really, this project is about different creators competing against each other in order to earn value. And it's community that is creating the different challenges and content that they want to see, and also decide on the winner. And so the blockchain layer is really just like a consequence or like a secondary layer that facilitates that general idea. And so, yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I mean that's what you don't want to hear is literally what you're saying. And I'm being honest with you, I'm being your friend. I do these pitches every day, and everybody talks like that. Community based, it's one of a kind, it's unique. Nobody's ever done it before. And the fact that it's tied to Bitcoin Obama throws it out the window immediately with anyone who knows Bitcoin Obama.
Bitcoin Obama is amazing.
Look, I understand that he has some type of cult following for that. There's no doubt about that. But for anyone who says, who the fuck is Bitcoin Obama? And then, like, oh, he's just a guy who runs every project he's been associated with for the last half decade. They're going to be like, this project sucks.
No, they don't have this
I mean, you understand my skepticism, but it's not everybody says it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
I mean, it's in Bitcoin Obama's best interest to compete and earn the protocol fees and risk and sponsorship. That is really far more valuable than just running a client for $20. And I get that that's tempting for them, but I also told them that, look, you can want a percentage of the supply, but to sell it in building the project at least 3 months old, and then even then you're only getting like really difficult to sell. So you can't get it. So I mean, maybe 30 literally doesn't spread it. Also, again, like I think what makes it interesting is that the fact that different creators are competing against Bitcoin Obama are able to leverage those other creators and networks in order to create viral content. And so as it grows, it's similar to like a podcast where you're leveraging the network of different creators that are all trying to compete and for that prize money. And I think that's what makes it have a big growth potential.
Okay, so let's talk about a couple of things. As an investor, I cannot sell this crypto, right?
That's incorrect. You purchase the cryptocurrency.
It says that you can't sell it.
You can't sell the token, but the NFT is tradable. So you can sell the NFT is tradable on the market.
I understand, but we just established. I get that, and I understand that. But we just established that you are unable to sell this cryptocurrency.
You're unable to sell token, but that's a good thing because it means that the reserves are going to be constant, ever growing, and hype and speculation will layer in volatility.
Okay, so how is it a affordable or a Ponzi scheme? Essentially, give them early, right, so that you can reach the reward, and then later on, the new people who are recruited into the purchaser who aren't able to sell hold their value in an NFT. I mean, it's similar like a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme. You get an early investment people. Many times there are trinkets or small items, which would be like your NFT, that are given to the people lower that they sell to other people. And what you're essentially using NFTs to recruit other people in. The people at the top, you and anyone in your circle, you guys are going to reap the most rewards, and that cryptocurrency lives and dies on the fact that you get.
Well, I don't think it's exactly like that because Ponzi scheme isn't really generating any.
You know what happened to Riser? Riser's over here throwing bullshit ideas at me, and I just knock them out of the park. And then all of a sudden, he just goes radio silent. That's what people don't want out of their debt. That's the same shit that Bitcoin Obama does. Riser from Ubik brother-in-law. Yo, dog. Right out there, this is what I go through. I get people come here all fucking excited, and then we start to talk, and then when they get pushed on the issue, they fucking drop out. They fucking drop out like a bunch of cunts. This is absolute dog shit. Anybody else out there? This is what I have to go through. Oh, there we go. Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing because
Bro, you Bitcoin Obama.
What in the fuck are you talking about?
You run. Where do you go?
Dog, I've been here the whole time.
Oh, shit. So I run?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you read the document I sent?
I put it into AI and then it summarized for me because it's just too much.
Beautiful. Okay.
Well, wait. I mean, I was in the middle of a discussion with you,
I'm
and
sorry. I didn't.
and then I made
thought you were.
and then I made fun of you for like 5 minutes, literally saying that this is what you do. You come in here with a fucking idea, you think. I ask a few questions, and then you fucking found like Bitcoin Obama. All right,
I called you my friend.
I know you did.
The
I
best
know.
person. That's how you.
Well, let me just say this. That's very high praise. I really appreciate it. And I want you to know that I want to help you. I want you to know. And that's, I mean, you do have some really good ideas.
I welcome your shooting every idea.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I do that because I like you. I don't want you finding out two months down the line that you've invested, or even worse, 2 years down the line, that your idea sucks. Just one moment. Haley, what up, champ? All right, Haley, just all right. So in your case, again, this is a cryptocurrency that I can't sell. Yes or no?
You can recoup the value that you put in. So
Wait. That's not what we're talking about. If I'm an investor, right, and I come to the table and I ask you, can I sell this coin? Yes or no?
I haven't said, like, yes, you can sell it. Instead of selling the coin, you sell the NFT.
Wait.
Or able to sell.
No, you're not able to sell that. And that's what an investor does not want to hear. They want you to be honest with
No,
them.
it is because
The answer is this. The answer is this. The answer is this. No, you cannot sell it, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's an accurate answer. That's accurate.
that's
That-
what I just said.
no, it is not. You said yes, you can sell it. You said, I asked you, can you sell this coin? You said yes, you can recoup the value through the NFT. And I'm telling you that that is incorrect. I'm saying to you the answer that you should give is no, you cannot sell this coin, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's accurate and that's honest. If I ask you,
Okay, well,
can you sell this coin? Yes or no? What is your answer?
no, but you can recoup the value through the NFT.
Okay, wait, that's honest. I get that. Okay. So long as we have that established, like you're gonna have to sell that to investors, and you're gonna have to say to them, you are unable to sell this coin. Simple. However, you can recoup the value. So let's play hypotheticals now. What's the name of the coin?
Beat Bitcoin Obama. Very liquid.
BBO.
Beat Bitcoin Obama.
Yeah, BBO.
Yeah, want to fix the sticker? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right, that's already.
Or something else.
That's already.
Maybe NFT might be a better picture.
Okay, beat. Fine. Beat. All right, so I'm gonna buy $1,000 in beat, right? Okay, buy $1,000 in beat. Let's say it's on. How many is that?
Depends on how tokens you'd like to burn. But you really want to burn all the tokens and then rare more value to NFT, more tokens.
Hold on, you're confusing. I'm an honest, simple person. I give you $1,000. I buy your coin $1,000. How many coins is that? How many NFTs does that get? Did it give me 1,000 NFTs? Did it give me one NFT?
There's like tiers effectively where if you burn a token, say you're on the lowest tier, which means that you get less rewards as part of all. If you burn more tokens, you get more rewards in the protocol, and a more valuable NFT. If you burn say 1,000 tokens, let's say that's the highest level, you have a more valuable NFT that grants you more rewards from the protocol.
Okay. But okay, it's confusing.
What incentivizes people to learn?
It's confusing. You're going to be having to explain these in Twitter Spaces and in podcasts and such. So that's confusing.
It's simple. The more tokens you convert into NFTs, the greater the share of reward.
Okay, so again, if I buy $1,000 worth of your token, how many NFTs do I get?
You have to understand the tier is an exact supply of not determined yet, so I can't give specific
Okay, so that's accurate. That's accurate, and that's honest. That's what I want. Don't bullshit. That's accurate and that's honest. So you don't know right now. Okay, just I'm looking at this as like an investor. That if I were in a Twitter space with you, that's a question that you're going to be asked. Okay, so you don't know. That's what I want. Don't bullshit. Tell me the truth. And if you don't know, that's okay. We can work around these problems. All right, so you've got $1,000 at the point, and it's going to earn me X amount of energy. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, say it earns me 1,000 NFTs. Maybe that's way too many, but that just keeps things the math simple. Okay, so 1,000 of these, 1,000 of the token gets me 1,000 NFTs. Correct?
Sure.
Okay. So we agree. Now, if I don't like this click right away, and I sell, I can sell the NFTs for, say, maybe $1,000. Maybe they diminish in value. Basically, aren't you basically doing this? I don't know, maybe I don't know exactly what you got. But basically, you're saying instead of buying our NFT with Ethereum, you have to first buy it with our cryptocurrency, which then you convert into our NFT. That's essentially what you're saying. Okay, all right. So why are you making it more complicated? Why wouldn't you just launch it? So this is really an NFT project.
Yeah, I mean, the token is NFT is the governance rights, the voting rights, the participation rights.
I get it.
Access.
But the token, because you can't sell it. So that it's just basically, it is. You can't sell it. Ain't nobody got time for that, big dog. Ain't nobody got time for that. What they do have time for is it's incredibly long. I couldn't even copy it all and put it into ChatGPT without breaking it up. So that's too long.
Okay, well,
and all it is itself is AI. So let's talk this out. Basically, the fee is a vector. The token is a vector to buy these different NFTs. And this is an NFT project. And the value of the ticker is incumbent on the price of the NFT. Is that not correct?
NFTs can fluctuate, and the speculation is that NFTs, the reserve value in the token can only go up.
Okay, so the reserve value can only go up. All right, so let's say I give you $1,000. I buy 1,000 NFTs, and let's say Bitcoin Obama just sells off his NFTs, gets out, and the value of my NFTs goes from 1,000 NFTs worth $1 each to 10 cents. Let's just say, so it loses 90%. The NFTs lose 90% of their value. The coin itself gets stability, but the NFTs lose their value. And the fact is that I can't sell the box fee in. Meaning the only way that I can make money from this project is to sell the NFT, correct? Okay. If you do this at scale, you really have a really valuable token. But like having an NFT that lacks value.
Well, there's factors, but not because of the network value itself. Ideally, I guess I think we're compliant different fingers worldwide. The treasuries, like, part of the reason why it's a good thing to have a token that has the stable reserve value, that reserve is just a huge interest generating machine that helps fund prizes for the competitors that are going against each other doing the challenge.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't want to complicate things with the challenge yet. It's just another aspect of it. I get that. All right. So you're going to have, at a certain point, a kicker that's very, very expensive because it never goes down in value. Right?
I mean, it's a lot of money but I mean,
If a ticket never goes down,
funding curve works that basically it'll take more control as time goes on upwards, essentially.
if the ticket never goes down, then by definition, it either remains the same or goes up. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The only way that the value of the ticker will go down is through whatever taxes that you have, or the interest, or whatever, the payouts, or whatever. That's the only way that the fund is going to do. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at a certain point, let's say you get 1,000 people who give $1,000, which is in total $1 million. $1 million market cap to buy one token. And then for the next person to get it, they have to give $1 million. And then it'd be worth $2. For the next person to get it, approximately. I understand that like some of it's going to be given out prizes, but then for the next person to get it, they have to pay $2 million. So then it's going to be worth $4 million. And for the next person, just one individual person can get an entire token. It'll then be worth $8 million. And 16, 32, and 64. Okay. sell that. So the only thing that they're getting out of it is some NFT, which hasn't yet proven itself. The NFT market is on the growth. I'm not saying it's dead; it'll come back, but it's not. This, as I look at it, it's really just an NFT project. It's the coin is a vector to buy the NFT or to transfer the NFT. But the fact that you can't sell the coin
Okay,
makes it an unattractive investment for a lot of people.
here. That makes sense. Because it's new to me, I can't talk about the answers on the fly, but I would just suppose that I would just take a break, like just slow it down. I'll go through all this AI shit. It'll take me 5 minutes, and then after listening to this, I've listened to probably 4 million of your chat GPT read like response readings. I can listen to one of mine, let's say 5 minutes, and then we can talk about it.
All right, with that being said,
Good.
they are responses to questions that you have. I don't come to you with questions that like, hey, how does this work? So many times you'll come to me with a question, we'll have to look something up. I admit that. I'll give you 5 minutes, I'll even give you a little bit more. I won't have a hard time on it. You won't get the cat, you won't care. But we'll do that. I want to know, I think that this all rests on how many NFTs you're going to have. And I understand you don't have that number. So basically, I can't quantify what the value of this project is. But with that being said, I'm going to get my timer and I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you need a little more, I understand. I'm not going to give you 8 minutes. You've got to get this down to 5 minutes. And especially when we talk about it for an hour. All right, so go.
Okay, so it shifted from can I force the price up to can I remove the sale factor and figure out the value into different things. That's much more structuring down. Let's break it down. Core idea is that the token cannot be sold. The token can only be used, burned, or locked. Using the token mints NFTs. The NFTs are tradable. NFTs capture speculative upside. The token becomes a non-redeemable productive asset that avoids sell pressure that drains the reserves. This avoids mathematical trap. People can exit, but people can't exit and expect the reserves because there's no consumption that exists. So there's no downward curve dismissed, and supply moves in one direction. It's either minted, burned, or locked. Token mechanics. Token is minted, we have bonding curve price increases, supply increases. No cell function, no redemption. The token is pure access and crafting asset. The NFT is minted. Burning tokens is the NFT example. You burn 100 tokens, you get a common NFT, burn 500, you get a rare, and you burn 2,000, you get a legendary NFT. Burning reduces the supply, with the bonding curve upward sloping on the supply goes down, and the theoretical curve price remains higher. Increases scarcity pressure. Every token was originally meant to be a bonding curve with the reserve full of the token meant. Since tokens can't be redeemed, the reserve never shrinks. Then you have 4 backing per token increases over time and NFTs per supply. Backing per token equals the reserve divided by the circulating supply. If supply decreases, you have backing per token. Where does speculation go? Speculation moves NFTs. They're sellable, scarcity based, market price, and they're outside the bonding curve. So volatility lives in the NFT market, not the token market, which speculates risk. What this looks like economically. Tokens become fuel crafting material access, governance weight, minting resource. NFTs become tradable assets. That is symbols yield access and access to NFTs. We can find NFTs that share protocol revenue, but making boost. Not a currency, but close to economic law. If NFT demand collapses, demand collapses because token has no selling, only stagnates, but it doesn't collapse. The panic selling because selling is possible. Close to deterministic upward pressure as you can get because there's no redemption drain. Reserve only grows and supply can shrink via burns. Backing per token increases mathematically. Why would people want the NFTs? Because that's now the speculative layer. NFTs have cultural value, revenue rates, access power, utility, and governance control. When the system works, if not a demand drives up. Actually designing a one-way okay. Token role. If tokens cannot be sold, you must justify its existence through utility. Token has field means consumed to power protocol actions. Minting NFTs requires tokens, burning tokens. Entering competitions cost of upgrading NFT cost tokens. Accessing switch cost tokens. Fuel creates continuous demand because actions require something. Economically, tokens is burned during use. Supply decreases. Treasury remains backing for remaining tokens. Crafting material. Sorry, the time constraint is go ahead. Let me just fuel crafting material, you can create NFTs for access to tokens, grant access to challenges, greater competition, voting privileges, premium jobs, revenue tools. Even if NFTs are tradable, token holders can take the governance. Minting resource, tokens exist. Totally to mint NFTs, that means token demand as an NFT demand derivative. NFTs become desirable, then the token minimizes, and the token becomes a productive input commodity, similar to gas and Ethereum, but Ethereum is the NFT value layer. Let's explain how NFTs retain value of tokens. NFTs NFTs stand on their own economic like cultural value. This is narrative-based value. NFTs can represent wins of competition in high moments, historic episodes, creator milestones, the main character victories. Your platform has essential character or the storyline. NFTs become artifacts of history. Example, the first challenge ever complete versus non-token legendary final victory. Cultural value compounds the potential. This is how collective. Cultural value compounds the potential. This is how collectibles gain value. Without culture NFTs are just with narrative continuity that comes symbolic status like that. Revenue. NFTs can entitle holders to a percentage of platform revenue, high revenue splits, challenge and recruits, creator sponsorship payouts, treasury yield difference. Example, each NFT earns 0.11% weekly revenue. Legendary NFTs receive for severe yield multipliers, which turns NFTs into a fast generating asset. Now their value which creates fundamental value of the token. Access power, NFTs grant access to competition, ability to challenge the main character, access to real world events, voting multipliers, and further collaboration. NFTs function inside the platform. They have stats, different rarity, legendary NFT, which create governance control. NFTs vote on challenges inside the next storyline arc. Approved new creator entries, control treasury allocation. Now governance becomes scarce and tradable. Control has value, power out value. So the token is non-redeemable, mint-fuel, bonding curves, burning reduces supply, NFTs capture revenue rights, NFTs from governance, and treasury funds creator rewards. This creates entries that go to burn, that goes to competition, which goes to trade. Final component to revenue rights, access power, and governance control. Token becomes a commodity input that's structurally stable, but depends on attention, narrative, participation, competition, not market. So the system is a closed loop digital economy where non-sellable token is entered in a bonding curve used to create scarce, tradable NFTs that represent status, access, governance, potential revenue rights, and an evolving competitive platform. The token cannot be just removes background dynamics and instead is burned to NFTs of varying character. Those tokens are burned and multiplied increases while the treasury is built from maintain remains, increasing structural backing per the banking unit. Speculation and trading occur at the NFT environment of the token layer. Token functions as productive tool over time. Corporate value over victory, governance, and potential value or potential revenue participation flow into the NFTs, creating a self-reinforcing ecosystem of participation drives demand and narrative drives value. Most crypto projects try to solve volatility by leveraging market physics to engineer tokens that only go up, suppress, selling, or neutralize market forces through complex mechanics. This is the different approach. Instead of trying to eliminate volatility at the base level, it removes the full vector and redirects speculation to the higher level digital assets inside to carry cultural, economic, and competitive value. At its foundation, a token minted through a bonding curve, and the bonding curve after a pricing mechanism where each new token minted continually increasing the price of the debt of the next one. Earlier participants are at lower prices, as demand grows and cost of minting increases deterministically. Every token minted contributes to the treasury reserve controlled by a protocol. Unlike traditional tokens, however, this token cannot be sold back into the system with no redemption function and no liquidity drain. Once minted, it exists only as a productive tool. This changes everything. The token cannot be sold. There's no mechanism of panic access, and no scenario where holders rush to withdraw value from the reserves. Treasury grows as tokens are minted and not shrink. The token's primary function is to mint NFTs. Participants burn tokens to create NFTs of varying rarity. The more burned tokens, the rarer and more powerful the NFT. Minted, burning permanently reduces token supply over a time. As supply decreases and reserves remain, the structural backing per token remaining increase. Tokens become scarcer over time if minting continues. The real value migrates upwards into the NFTs. These are not static functions, they're collectibles of function, they're dynamic digital assets embedded with meaning, rights, and utility. They represent just in an evolving competitive narrative platform where creators and intelligence for our contest. Living digital arena, art entertainment platform, card game, and card governance experiment. Each NFT represent achievement within that world. Beyond culture, NFTs are better with economic rights, entitled, trying to get rid of all the repetitive NFTs, voting rights, equal NFT, NFTs carry attributes occur from and the final paragraph. Token is not the end product, is the raw material, not predator. The NFT is about the artifact, value creation, embodiment of participation, culture, and potential economic return. By separating mixing from speculation, by isolating volatility into pure air, and by inferring reserves are never created through this model builds a structurally stable digital economy. It does not promise infinite upward price. It promises a system where value emerges from participation, narrative, utility rather than reflexes financial understanding. This coin is not meant to be traded endlessly. This engine is an engine meant to power a living digital world. And in that world, value belongs to those who create it. Yeah.
Excellent. Please summarize it in 1 minute. Go.
Use token enables you to mint the NFT. The NFT gives you voting rights, governance rights, and access to platform revenue. Has different traders worldwide for the treasury interest, reward, and the transaction. Then the overall demand of the token will keep growing because of the network effects of creators competing for the and creating content over the token. And that's what drives it. The thing that's driving the value is depending on creators that are competing over the fee.
Okay. How is this not an NFT?
I'm not saying it isn't.
Okay.
It's an NFT.
Okay. So how is this a crypto? It's not a crypto project. It's an NFT project, right?
I mean, because the NFT is backed by cryptocurrency, and it's also being a cryptocurrency.
Okay, but I mean, cryptocurrency is just crazy.
I mean, people are depositing legitimate value in the cryptocurrency. They exchange one Ethereum, they get the token. They then take that token and they mint it to NFT, which gives them voting rights and percentage of platform fees.
I get that.
So,
But
and then
what's the difference?
if they want to sell, then they post that NFT on the marketplace and say, okay, I'm going to buy this representation of future protocol fees and the value back of this NFT depending on how valuable it is in the system. And
Okay, that raises the question. That raises the question. How do you buy the NFT?
yeah, so you can either buy it on the open market of other people selling their NFTs, or we can deposit value and the token exchange for an NFT.
Why would I buy or be? Why wouldn't I just buy these NFTs on the market?
That's a good question. I think probably is like I'm assuming it's gonna be like there's just like an arbitrage opportunity essentially, and they'll basically be trading at more or less the same value because it's an arbitrage.
So then why would I lock my money up in a token that I can't sell when I could just buy the exact same NFT on open?
Regardless if you buy the token, you still like if you buy the token, you get the NFT. If you buy the NFT, you steal the NFT. You can steal the NFT no matter if you buy the token.
Okay, that's right. So then, why would you ever buy this token when you can just buy the NFTs?
It might be cheaper because you're interacting directly with the contract bonding curve.
Chances are it will be the exact same price.
I mean, yeah, more or less, yeah.
So there's no reason as an investor to buy the coin, just buy the NFTs. They're the same price. Now you did say something that I didn't hear you say just now, but you said that there may be voting rights and some other things. You could always say that if you buy your NFTs off an open market, then you don't get voting. The way to get voting rights is to buy this token that you can't sell, right? Here you say that. But that's the way that I would do it. You're going to go.
The AI deals to tell me why you'd want to buy it through the contract or other than the market. I just have not posed that question.
Okay, that's fine. Without doing that for right now, why? So what you really have here is just an NFT project that's based around Bitcoin Obama, two challenges against other, right? Basically, one sentence. In one sentence, that's what it is.
Yes, but also potentially any of the NFTs that lead to different decisions where any of the NFT holders can participate in order to win themselves, which is demand. So that's not just isolated to what's called only top creators.
Okay. So again, one sentence. This is an NFT project that is based on competition between a crypto institution known as Bitcoin Obama and other institutions. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. How do you stop somebody from cheating competition?
I mean, it's like I said, the core, like, the core thing that's stopping it from being rigged is we need honest who are voting in the campaign. There's nothing really incentivizing.
Wait, and you literally chose the most dishonest actors in all of cryptocurrency, or one of them.
I mean, I don't think selling just makes you dishonest.
No, you're right. You're right. But lying does. And this person, Bitcoin Obama, has been caught at least in a half dozen different ploys of saying that he will never sell, he'll die before he sells. You give him a little bit of money, and then he sells it. straight up dishonest. That's like prima facie. Uh, that is on its face
It would
dishonest.
work better with a different creator at the helm. I think you're going to say 100%. Maybe not, but it's a good point on the spotlight for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin Obama is literally like the last person I would choose.
I think the thing that makes him good is that he does do this, like, not afraid to like, outlandish content and say, go for it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know that he is dishonest. He likes to say, a dishonest person or in this kind of fashion. Uh, I would say that choosing Bitcoin Obama basically shifts in your punch bowl. Like you create this big bowl of punch, and then you say, hey, whose name are we going to put on the Bitcoin Obama? And it just gets people wrong.
Maybe this could be a stepping stone for Bitcoin Obama to prove to everyone that it's not going to run because there's something bigger and a purpose, bigger for him to fight for.
Um,
Right.
so,
Also, he is incentivized to compete for the transparency, and it's like an opportunity. Yes. Essentially go into like a boxing thing against all these different creators and compete for the prize. So I think people enjoy at least in the Harry Potter community of watching Bitcoin Obama do crazy stuff. I think that's why he's the mascot of Harry Potter Obama. You're probably going to say you're the mascot. I don't know. Whatever definition you want.
no, I'm definitely the mascot. There's no doubt about that.
I know you want that.
Wait. It's not that I want it. It's not that I want it. It's just he doesn't do as much with the as I do. Yes, he's done something, but he doesn't live stream like in their Discord or in their Telegram. He's not in them right now. He hasn't been wearing. He doesn't wear their merch. He doesn't wear their merch every single day of his life for the last 3 years. Like, they are just. But I understand he is a mascot for the coin. No one knows who he is. So
Everyone knows who he is.
yeah, right. But that's like 30
And on
active.
the internet, he has a decent following.
That's 30 active users. What I'm saying is that this is just like any other project that has the competition aspect to it. And
That makes it like no NFT project. There's no NFT project that's leveraging internet creators duking it out. I think that's why it makes it interesting.
I mean, you say duking it out. Is somebody going to fly to Nigeria and get in a fist fight with Bitcoin Obama?
Well, that's a metaphor for creating content. It's a competition. It's a battle for who's going to earn the transaction fees and interest in the protocol.
Okay.
Sorry, but over through video creation.
Okay. I get that. So the competition will be what? Based on who gets the most amount of likes? Okay, so then what's that somebody from spotting their post and then winning the transaction?
Because you have to own the NFT.
Yeah, no, oh, so it's not likes on social media, it's likes.
The rights are tied to how much the NFT.
Okay. What? So as an investor, I buy $1,000 worth of. How much? How many voting rights does that give?
I mean, like I just that's proportional to what side of the pool.
Okay. At the beginning, let's say you put in $1,000 and I put $1,000. Then we both have we both have 50% voting rights, right? Okay. And then let's say we give Bitcoin Obama $1,000, and so he gets it's I have 33%, you have 33%, he has 33%, and then
Bitcoin Obama can't have voting rights. That's bias.
okay, I think that's unfair, but that's all right.
Why is it unfair?
Because he's a owner of the coin that you can't stop.
The market itself. But it's a limit. It's biased because obviously it's going to vote for itself.
Exactly. That's why I let him vote for himself.
I mean, I was going to skew it. One, a Democratic.
Okay. So just as a person, okay, I'm in for $1,000, you're in for $1,000, and we get another 8 people in. So there are 10 of us in for $1,000. And it's a competition between Bitcoin Obama and more light to see who can drink more water in 1 minute. In a funnier way.
A little bit.
Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. You don't have to drown yourself with 1 minute. You could though. Okay, but whatever. Okay, you can make the funniest. You can do the most Jackson 1 minute or whatever, and then we're just gonna vote. Most push whatever. Okay, well let's say one like does 50 push-ups and Bitcoin Obama does 3 push-ups. More like automatically win. Yeah. So then what is my voting rights for?
Because the competition doesn't necessarily have to be stuff like that. It could be create the funniest video and it's subjective and judgment.
Okay. So then there's that. Okay, so then there's that. So then we have a video. Okay, you have 10 seconds to make the person laugh as hard as they can. More like does the video for 10 seconds. Bitcoin Obama does a video for 10 seconds. And then we vote on it. What value does that create?
Entertainment.
I mean, but you can get that
rivalry.
Yeah.
Voting honesty. They can make it as crazy as they want and budget attached funding contest. Eventually, there'll be where maybe there's an IRL meetup and they're literally doing the
I'm going to just be honest with you, guys. I've given you about an hour of my time to listen to this, and I don't think it's your best idea. If you have a few other ideas that are better that you should run with, you should run with the influencer marketplace. You could run with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
What's the influencer?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that was weird. I was working on it yesterday.
Okay, I mean then don't put your efforts into places. You got to focus. This idea, frankly, is just a regular NFT that has, in a lot of ways, a lot of unattractive elements of it. When you're just trying to get someone to invest, you tell them, but you can't sell the coin. But you can sell the NFT, but then other people can just buy your NFT anyway. So why would you just do that? You're going to tell people. Additionally,
I'm sure there's an answer to that. I just don't know.
okay, so exactly. I mean, you don't know how many NFTs are going to be generated. Let's say we've got this Bitcoin Obama versus more like, and I buy all the NFTs that are on the open market, but I don't buy the coin. Does that mean that I can vote in that game?
It's going to probably require. I just want to occur. So.
Okay, I got a decent amount of capital.
Okay. Let's say Bitcoin is not the creator. Let's say it's Stephen Roth.
Okay, Aiden Roth versus Hammer.
I don't know who the second person is.
Okay, she's like a huge gamer. She's a huge gamer. Aiden Roth versus Mr. B.
Sure.
Okay. Fine. What's stopping one person from coming in and buying all of the NFTs on the open market and having more voting rights than everybody else? And then they just choose the winner.
I mean, that'll probably be insane expensive.
What's possible?
I mean, definitely there's a way to, like, if it actually got that skewed, you can open it up to be voting. Yeah.
Wait. Then you just liquidate all of the incentive to buy this coin that you can.
Yeah, it may not be waivers. I mean, that is a risk, obviously, just like there's a risk of Bitcoin getting a 51% tax. It's just how you're sure that doesn't happen. There's no guarantee necessarily that the miners don't collude and skew it. I mean, ultimately, they're voting on transactions, fees, and the prize. I mean, I don't know what limitation you have in terms of limiting wallet addresses and KYC, but it's possible to own more than a small percentage of it. But,
Okay. Why would you go with this project and not the greatest project?
well, this project actually, like, there's a lot of mechanics that have been tested in there similar to, or identical to the various principles.
Okay, but I mean, there's all the added, keep it simple. This one has a lot of complications. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It has a lot of ways to read the system. It's unattractive. The great cryptocurrency of all time, that one's simple. Why wouldn't you take all of the coins of what you've been run and buy an art coin, and then the coin over time will gain value? That's a pretty simple. Okay, I can explain that in 3 sentences. With the other things, it's full of loopholes. It took you 15 minutes to describe it, and we still didn't answer all the questions.
I mean, your point about like having it not be great is valid, but I think asserting that it's distributed enough because that would be true.
But
Because eventually,
that's a huge assumption. And again, this is just an NFT. And then
create and Ross example, you don't think that like different creators give transaction fees as an
I mean, everything has. would say it doesn't make sense. But to get somebody like that, it'd have to be huge money. And so I understand it. It's not going to be something that makes sense. But even if it's just someone who's moderately famous, that's gonna. There's a huge door open for someone.
The holders are motivated to go out and tag people at different like the influencer market and the crypto market is massive. So there's a way to join them and leverage those networks. I think there's value there. And the holders are going to be incentivized to go raid different influencers and go, you know, you have to come on this platform and compete against XYZ, and maybe it doesn't have to be Obama, that's fine. Maybe it could be literally whoever, like whatever the DAO of holders decide to vote in. If they don't vote in Obama, they don't want to see him, that's the law. But I think that there's no current cryptocurrency project that would leverage different creators battling over transaction fees and like the podcast.
You don't know that. You don't know that. So like before you say that, before that,
freaking podcast.
it's called English podcasting, and that is good. That is a watertight system. If you did that enough, you will become a very famous podcast. Now, you said something.
Okay, you're a smart guy. I'm sure that the cheerleaders eating each other for transaction fees. I can see how that would be not one.
That's just TikTok. That's just Instagram. People do that all the
No,
time.
they're not. No, they don't have the reward mechanism there.
Oh, yes, they do. They get monetized on TikTok. They get monetized on YouTube. They monetize on Instagram. The more views they get, the higher they get paid. The more they get paid, the higher their revenue.
This doesn't, like, the content here is still public. Added revenue.
Okay, but let's go back and let's see if this is already in the thing. Because you're saying that nobody's done this, and I'm saying we don't know that. So here we go.
Cryptocurrency.
No, Doug, is there cryptocurrency out there that or an NFT project basically poses creators against each other, and then the winner gets the transaction fees? Is there anything similar to this?
It's certainly not in the top 400.
I mean, there are some similar NFT competitions and art contest competitive platforms. There's one just called NFT Art Contest, where artists submit NFTs, pay several fees to enter, and voters also pay fees to winners. Creators of crypto.
That's completely different than content creators taking viral content.
I think it's very similar. What you consider.
I work in one specific medium.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You assume way too many things. And as the average goes,
They said artwork.
I didn't say artwork. I didn't say artwork. I said art contest. And anybody's post is art.
You wouldn't describe content as art.
I do. I do.
No one would literally.
I think a lot of people would. I actually, to be honest with you, I have had people do that. And the only time I ever posted a video of me singing in the shower, in the Obama side and the Telegram, the only person who saw it said this is art. And that's how I would describe it as well. I agree. It is art.
Okay, well, I'm sure we can go to that platform, see what their definition are.
Art is the definition of art is anything someone.
Go to the platform and see what they're actually, are they talking about content, video content, or talking about raw do that?
All of that. So we can do art as art.
Yeah, what is your question? Clearly, there's not the thing that I'm describing.
Okay. Again, you come maybe with, I don't know, in the hard time I've known you, 40 ideas. This one is not in the top half. It's not the worst idea ever. There's just so many questions about it. It's basically just an NFT. Uh, it's not very attractive. Why would I? Okay, let me just ask you. It's my NFT or whatever. Like I'm you, and I say to you, "Hey, do you want to invest $1,000 into my project?" You're going to say, "No, I don't have $1,000 to invest right now," and that's a lot of crypto investors.
Who's sourcing the $1,000?
Okay, if I even said to you, I have an NFT project, I want you to invest $100 into it, you're going to say no because I don't have $100 to invest.
There's a fractional NFT platform. They want to buy $10, something like that.
Okay, when's the last time you bought an NFT?
I usually avoid buying.
NFT, exactly. No, I agree with you.
No,
Most people, go ahead. Go
Huh?
ahead. Most people are like you, though. They usually avoid.
Okay, there's NFTs that are just JPEGs, often slightly altered images of an ape or whatever, and I understand the great collection. One of the first, 500 billion of them. I don't know how rich it was. Even though that's like one of your
Doug, I asked a simple question. When's the last time you bought an NFT? Just answer the question. You don't have to give me a time.
I've never bought it.
Okay, that's a great.
That doesn't mean that they're worthless.
Wait, I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying you're like the average investor out there. Basically, someone who doesn't have a huge amount of capital to be buying. And that's the biggest issue. And that's an honest answer that we gave. And that's great. I'm
Okay,
gonna say
well, you're looking my full answer. I'll let me finish. My thought is simple. Just that most NFTs are just duplicated collections of JPEGs. And sure, there's maybe that's installing of digital blogs or whatever. It's like they're just way too repetitive. The more interesting forms of NFTs are associated to some real world activity or some utility beyond just a image that's duplicated.
okay. I'm gonna agree with you. You've got to recognize that you're basically at this point selling an NFT in a party. Not the best time to start this project. Now, Riser, I'm listening. You're passionate about it. You put some thought into it. So maybe in the future, when we have a bullet, people are buying NFTs like wild, then it might be the
I hear that a lot.
timing is everything. Timing is
It doesn't
everything.
matter if it's a fair market or
Oh, of course it. Of course it does. Of course it does.
There's projects that go against the in a bear market.
That's true.
Just because it's a bear market, absolutely zero.
No, I agree with you. But it's going to be a lot more work to get people to buy this NFT or whatever they're going to then buy the NFT. It's going to be a lot more work. You already have one.
Yeah, swimming upstream a little bit, for sure.
You already have a winning idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. You already have a pitch for it. One of the most great things I've ever heard you say, and honest things I've ever heard anyone say in my entire life. And I mean this in a complimentary sense. One time I said to you not too long ago that I'm like, you love to start projects, but you're not good at finishing them. And you're like, that's right. But that's what I'm going to finish. For you to have that kind of honesty and knowledge about yourself is incredibly deep. And if I were to say, oh, right, so this is the best project I've ever heard about, like I did with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, we worked on a pitch, we started to actually promote that one, and then it's gone. And then it's like, oh, well, there's no launch date for it. And then you moved on. And it's like, look, I'm telling you, if you were to pitch this to two different groups of people, you say, look, there's one point where we basically use the collective power of other rug pulls and combine those into one coin. That's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Versus, hey, this is an NFT project where we are going to have a competition, and the way that you choose a winner of the competition is by voting, and you can't sell the token. The former idea is much stronger. It's just easier to understand. That at the end of the day, it's about making money. And the first one, that gives me an avenue to make money. The second one is about entertainment, and the entertainment value is low. And at the end of the day, because if I'm watching Bitcoin Obama, you put up against more light, both of those are pretty light. And okay, I agree with you. Like that's just not attractive to me. Like, what is an attractive competition to me? The Olympics, and even those, barely people anybody watches. At least the Winter Olympics, and I don't know if we can have a different effect, but people are busy, and so like, not saying that this idea.
The only thing that makes this appealing is the leveraging the networks create. And that's like the podcast, the in-person podcast, but gives it the explosive growth to the podcast in general is leveraging creators' network, and this is an avenue to do just that. That's the only reason why I think it's good.
Okay, let me ask you this. With the ambush podcast, if I were to say to you, Riser, you're going to spend 8 hours a day, every single day, now until this time next year, 365 days, you're going to do 3 podcasts with people, every single, 3 individual podcasts. The way that you're going to find those individuals by randomly surprising them in their live streams and asking them if they can participate. Not everybody's going to want to do it, but a lot, like more than 50% will. That way, I feel like you're leveraging huge audience, huge audience, and that has stability. Basically, people will listen and watch your old episodes. Like you said, you used the phrase evergreen, and I agree with that. If you were to want to make money at the end of 1 year, you're going to be able to get sponsorships with that, because people are going to want to be on your podcast. There's going to be some demand. So that's that.
I can see the same sponsorship happening large enough creators. That's why I don't know. if there's enough eyes that are watching the content,
if you put if you put 8 hours and it's 365 days into the, the competition NFT, you will run out of people to pitch this. You pitch it to everybody on Twitter. Everybody will know about it. Okay. Like where else are you gonna pitch it? At least with Amber's podcasting, you can always go to a new person's stream and ask them if they want to participate in this. If they choose no, that's fine. If they choose yes, then you're gonna get an hour of content or more or less, whatever. And you're gonna be able to leverage their audience into your network.
I disagree with what this time. There's creators out there that would do it. There's no shortage of people that are creating content.
Exactly.
Your stream situation where you're specifically throughout our lives, where this is opening into you don't have to be live. You're going to get 10,000 people are going to comment on your live stream, they can comment on your social media posts. Oh, you have to find Bitcoin involved. You got a competition. It's going to be very entertaining. Have a chance to win $5,000.
Okay.
It's very simple.
At the end of the day, to me, it's about the data. Data is number one resource. You're getting a lot more data if you get 1,000 podcasts in the next year versus one or two big posts of different crews. Like,
Podcast market is very saturated in this day.
wait,
I mean,
but that's true, but nobody's doing it. This is something that you need. Everybody's podcast is, hey, let's sit down and let's talk about something at a given time. This one's a surprise. The element of surprise is the exciting part of it.
I mean, it's interesting. I'm glad that we can have these conversations, especially this year, because we all have our own like reasoning, processes behind it. Okay? And with this particular instance, you create a gambling podcast could have a potential alliance, I'm saying, that the ability to have the community lead what viral content they want to see, and have the community lead what they want to see competed or prize the role. I don't know. I think there's at least equally as massive the amount of capital, especially for viral content, because you're not just asking streamers the same like 30 questions or whatever. It's like every single thing has potential to have more viral capability, and then as the network scales, the amount of content, ideas, quality, and funding increases, which snowball effects to perpetuating our likelihood of going viral.
Okay, let's take a podcast, which has become perhaps the first $1 billion podcast. That's the market that I can accomplish podcasting has. It's $1 billion idea. Uptake,
It's an entertaining creator, extremely entertaining creator. No one's going to watch it in 10 seconds.
he's really not that entertaining. He's pretty boring, and people don't think he's funny. He's just consistent. The reason why he has been able to build that podcast into $1 billion entity is because he's consistent. He puts out 3 of them every single week. I don't care if it's a holiday week. I don't care if he's sick. He's got the backlog one. That is why it's just,
The content itself, he's pulling in an entertaining guest. He's not very entertainment itself, still producing great like gravitation.
This consistency is the thing that makes that. 60 Minutes puts out interesting content, but it doesn't put out as much. But, it's very slow. I think the key to his success is his consistency. The same, I would say, is Phil Tony. It's not that he gets the funniest first people on there, or that he's hilarious, or that Red Band's hilarious. It's the fact that every Monday night,
We have the most consistency out of any person on the practice.
that's true.
Stream of consistency.
Like, that's true. And in the same way that nobody knew about Phil Tony in their first 8 years, and it didn't grow that much, that's the same with mine. But when people find out about mine, and they can go to my backlog, it's the biggest event in global history. Just like Kill Tony has become the largest live podcast in global history, and just like the Joe Rogan Experience has become the largest podcast in global history. It takes time. But once people find out about it,
Consistency is exclusive to Amplified podcast. Be big.
okay, we should do a separate idea. I think Bitcoin Obama is $1 million idea. It could work out perfectly. I still think it's too easy to rig. Ambush podcasting is an industry that's $1 billion idea. Yeah, uptake is $1 trillion idea. So that's kind of the separate from there. But $1 million idea is not a bad idea. But let me ask you this.
I don't think that's
Look, even the biggest NFT ever is not worth $1 billion.
No, I mean, crypto funds nowadays are, I mean, there's one more $200 things like that. Because that's just basically celebrities, like,
So, arguably, maybe it's about $2 billion. That's not chump change, serious. But that's the biggest one in history. Most NFTs, 99.9% of NFTs are worth 1% of their original value. What makes a token that you can't sell? And actually, most of them are backed by a token. You can't see that. You would say,
no, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay,
Most of them are not backed by tokens.
okay. I may have to backtrack and say a huge amount of them are backed by tokens. This isn't like groundbreaking. Okay, very small percentage. Okay, if you want to say that, but it's not like it's the most unique idea ever. What you're saying is the unique aspect is the competition, and that to me is not that attractive. I know it could be, but that takes a lot of work and a lot of fun to make that work. Like basically, if I understand, let's just take this 60 seconds. How you would promote this? You say, "Hey, everybody on Twitter Spaces, I have an NFT project. It's essentially a coin that can't be sold, but you can use it as you can't use the coin as a vector to buy different NFTs, and the NFTs values are going to be increased by the fact that we're going to give some of the transaction fees to creators in competitions. And then the way that the benefit of this project and investing is that you get a voting share in the different competitions. And that's basically it, right?
The NFT voting rights,
But then we still didn't hash out what. Why can't I just buy the NFT? Or why shouldn't I? I know I
Yeah,
can.
but
I know
it
I
might
can.
be targeted at like
Slightly higher. That's not a big deal.
because there's not, maybe it's not too.
No, but I mean, I basically have
If you want, yeah, I will look up something the answer to the exact question.
Okay, well, look it up.
you go to NFT and you have I have an NFT that happens. It's based on cryptocurrency that you can't sell. Purchasing the cryptocurrency if you voted for it. What incentive do I have to invest to buy the cryptocurrency? If they could just buy the NFT on the market.
The answer to that is the voting rights card. Oh, well, if the voting rights are transferable, then there's no reason to buy the cryptocurrency.
And we're gonna find out the answer if you want that. So I'm sure there's ID here was like and regarding your other claims, like I was thinking of an interesting social experiment. It's not a huge time investment, like maybe if I take not a huge time investment at all, it's just like a coin which is well and it can take off. So more upside to it than downside to it.
Yeah, I'm just doing the um, fine tuning of it, but it worked all night. Uh, I had four of them, three of which I think would be viable. The other one I don't think is viable because it's like an old phone that just automatically shuts down uh, background tasks after like a given amount of time. But of the other three that I have, they are one of one of them has been working like exceptionally well. It's, and it uploads something like every 9 minutes. And so I'll tell you right now, the last upload was 1 minute ago, then 8 minutes ago, then 15 minutes ago. So basically every 7 minutes, which is excellent. Uh, and then the other two are I know are going to be slower. I'm okay with that though. And I'll give you information on it right now. Um, one of them I might have to fix. But the other one, the other one's still working. So two out of three of them are working. One of them is working extremely well. So the answer is, do they work, or do you like them, or whatever? How are they going? I would say that's acceptable. The fact that one of them works, given enough time, it'll create tens of thousands of videos, which I think is baller. Now you may say, what value does that bring? I could care less about the value. It's the fact that it's the art. Basically, these are mini music videos of my life
put to music, which I think is very cool. And while that may not seem cool right now, in the future will be seen as groundbreaking and extremely interesting. People will like take aspects of my life when they could. I mean, if I marketed it that way, yeah. And then they would all be unique NFTs. It'd basically be like a usually it most certainly is. It's 60. That is exactly correct. It's a 60-second unique video with an amazing song over it.
non-redeemable non-event plus current NFT book moves from sorry.
Right? Are you still looking up an answer?
Yeah, on the question. Future God question it has. Question you ever heard?
Man, if it was so garbage, why did you have to look it up?
Because it's flawless and humans are flawed. So,
What's the answer? Go ahead.
yeah. So, question just yeah, so, why would someone buy the token with their point to purchase an NFT? Great enough. It's a valid question. I'm sure many people have heard it. So, we're into the design. Questions can this work? Why would a rational act choose a logical path instead of just that's where systems is up to decide the point. The answer depends on whether the bonding curve works. The secondary let's start with the mechanical of the bonding curve. Prices determine the curve is upward sloping. Price increases as supply. In the simplest linear form, is on x plus 1. X is the total supply, and y is an input. Slope m determines how aggressive price rises. Marketplace negotiation with on the open market, the NFT price is social depends on sellers, liquidity, hype cycles, and rarity. That's a completely different price. So why choose the trade? The first reason is that it guarantees access to a lower price. NFTs are in demand, secondary prices can exceed the mint cost. Tokens with the Vaughn curve is predictable and before secondary developed. It's equivalent to buying raw materials when you believe that. Second, scarcity requires. If minting requires target tokens, associated supply springs. If reserve remains constant, the supply falls. Structure actually token increases according to the value to the reserve supply. Burning reduces the denominator, which creates upward structural pressure on the token. Someone buying via the curve benefit from both the sides and the increased impact dynamics. Third, vertical integration of exposure by an NFT in the open market. Exposure to NFT owner token first functionality. You can decide how and what rarities and that functionality has functionality. Fourth, participation rates. Governance rate, access to this priority are tied to token bonding curve fire. Secondary NFT buyers. If the system allocates competition or revenue boost to the original makers, raise about although it may not have. But it could treasury reflexivity, heavy bonding, increases trade reserves, early bond utilizing further does not treasury, just transfer private capital allocated.
Exactly.
Rational.
Exactly. That's the
Your
exact question.
arbitrage
Exactly what doesn't matter.
works if good secondary market expectation, or if minting raise the rights that secondary buyers.
That's
The
it.
real answer is this: either buy via the bond or cash by stock. Price unpredictability, optionality, governance rate, narrative or economic growth, secondary market. The next offering how you secure from the bond front door, a secondary resale related pension. What you're designing is not just for economics, it's with tech. Bonding curve must feel like the open market must feel like if those experiences are economically distinct, rational actors will use both pathways. And sure, people use the curve when more than 100% creation, some structure, rather than through of an artifact. Yes, the NFT obviously is less value secondary market are going to be aware of an ideal system grows and it's getting more attractive social media accounts that are all potential buyers has a self-sustaining growing economic engine behind it that there's reason to believe that the bond in the speculation will continue to drive the secondary market price upward.
Okay, well, I mean, I know you think that that was like checkmate. That's my argument. It actually reinforces my argument that in a poor NFT market, we'll just buy the NFT, and it could actually be cheaper on the NFT market. So,
Yeah, it could be that doesn't necessarily whereas it's growing. If it's growing because we're joint system, the chances are that
it's growing, but there's a 50% chance that it'll be growing and a 50% chance that it won't be. And so that means there's also a 50% chance that it won't be more expensive. And it will be less expensive to buy it on the open market. So again, as that AI,
and we're saying 50% don't know truly idea just a game shop.
that's true. Right now, though, the chances are that it will be shrinking than growing just based on the NFT market. I know this is a unique. It's unique. I get it. Hey, if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you. I just think that you have better ideas on your plate, and I would not invest in this one. And for those reasons, I'm out.
Fair enough. I mean, I appreciate your feedback. As I want to, it's more of a curiosity.
I, I always love to hear your ideas. I think you have some winners. And again, like I said, the 40 ideas have maybe brought to me in our friendship, this would be maybe in the middle to the back. And something like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time towards the front. Something like Bear Scare.
At the front. University of Vancouver.
Well, University of Vancouver is like top 5. Without a doubt. We could market the shit out of that one to just kids in China. Hey kids, want to be Canadian? Come here.
Free citizenship.
Yeah, you can work that out. All right. So are you gonna run with this one? Or are you gonna sit on it and then just let it sizzle out?
I have not thrown in the towel.
I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, look, you do your own thing, but I don't understand why you wouldn't be promoting this thing 8 hours a day if you were really serious about it. I don't mean to. This is not an insulting question. This is an honest question. Have you ever had a 40-hour a week job? Okay, you recognize that, like, the consistency that you have to come in is 40 hours, 8 hours a day to promote something. And that's what developers do. And that's what marketers do. The 3 hours a week marketing that you do with some of these projects is not is insufficient. It doesn't mean that it's not a good project though. The greatest cryptocurrency of all time. If you notice, my reaction to that one, they needed some tweaking and just the marketing of it was much different than this one. And I'm saying that under the right conditions,
able to work no matter the
I want to talk about career in a moment. But what are the other 2 projects you're doing?
I guess also I like those whether I get it perhaps a lottery ticket, but my primary focuses are the grassroots crowdsourcing and ways work on them. Like this about came up with a few prize free stuff, keep learning new stuff about it, having people literally trying to do regular I know that one and also dreams the well time. I know not.
Okay. Okay. But not balls to the wall. Because if you're balls to the walls, you're focused on one. So you're in 3 different ways. But I get that. The mural aspect. There's a guy who has an NFT project. He's going for 7 Guinness World Records. So here's a break.
Longest mural.
It's like 5,000 square feet. It's the largest NFT mural. So basically, does is he goes into different Twitter spaces and promotes himself. And he says, "Look, if you want to get on our wall, we have a warehouse that we're painting, and it's going to be on this wall, this mural. It's a 5,000 square foot canvas. You can get on it for X amount of money." Have you heard about the Fez project?
Yeah, you mentioned it before.
Oh, I mentioned it already. Okay, apologies.
What's it called? What's it called? No.
No, I don't now off the top of my head. I do know though that you got some pretty big influencers who are
What do I check in it?
involved in it. He's following me, so let me just. I bet I can find NFT. I know it's gonna be. Doesn't want to give the location. The city. Okay, here. Warehouse. Oh, well, you know what? Okay, thing, how do you reply? Okay, I found it. Um, now they have a video of the house, and like, it's really like a really nice. Okay, so if you want to find it, the guy, okay, he is at Drake, DRAKE underscore Coco, KOKO 62874. I understand if you need to do it. DRAKE, yeah, Drake underscore Coco, KOKO 62874. Drake underscore Coco 62874. Did you find him? All right. Now, if you want to know like what his, I mean, just I would go to his videos, and he has videos of him doing a mural.
What gives this NFT value?
I mean, that's not a question for me. That's a question for him. But I would say that it's like a world record largest mural, NFT mural in history. So that's valuable.
Tokenizing the mural.
Yeah. I mean, you're someone who likes murals and is a muralist. Uh, is this something that you could do?
It's a bad idea.
No, no, no. I'm asking you. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I'm asking, is this something that you could do? Basically, you just hang up a big tarp and then make sell NFTs to be on it, and then you could travel with that in your van.
Um, I don't want to copy this guy's thing, but also sounds like I wouldn't be able to transport it if I had
Great. Okay, I mean,
Like I could turn, say I take the girl, I could turn that girl into an NFT and post it online. There's only one NFT girl and whatever, and people could buy it. But I don't know. I honestly am not very fond of personally NFTs with artwork, honestly. Which might seem strange, but I don't in my opinion.
okay, I mean that's what they are. They're just digital artwork.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's just been too many NFTs that are just like virtually the same, and there's tons of colors or how the people like, yeah, no, this doesn't like I personally am not on this. I think we should just own the physical piece of art. Even NFT, right?
Okay.
Like screenshot screenshot the image. I know that's the
All right. Have we talked about this? It was a website. I think it's still a website called the $1 Million Website with advertising. Uh, let me look at it. Okay, so I want you to imagine. Yeah, it's called the $1 Million Homepage. Go to $1 Million Homepage.com.
uh, $1 million.
$1 Homepage.com. So this guy made $1 million by just selling ad space on a website way back in the day. And I imagine if you made imagine this, you basically like that guy has tarps. You spray paint on tarps and you make it so that they could all be put together if you wanted to in one location, and it would look like this.
Biggest eyesore.
I mean, some people call it an eyesore, other people would call it art. This guy made $1 million doing this.
Okay. I guess let's do that. I don't know if that's the greatest thing, but yeah.
Well, it would integrate your idea of being able to make like basically monetizing your murals.
So you're aggregating. You don't even need to be a mural artist to do that. I mean, you can be a part of it, but anyone can do it if they just want to aggregate a bunch of canvases into unrelated paintings and we attach legends of them together.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Schizophrenic.
Well, I wouldn't call it that. But yeah, exactly. Just to connect them all together. I think it's beautiful. Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is art. Like it. I like to look at. It's almost like where's Waldo? And I'm looking and I'm trying to see like what businesses are still in business. And like if you did the same thing with just NFTs or just any kind of company, but you did it on canvas, I think that you could make money being a muralist.
I think collaboration is a great way to make money as an artist and as an extension of collaboration and produce network effect. So I can't say that it's a bad idea. And I think that there is probably a lot of value in the link of a big collaborative project like that.
I agree.
It's something that I personally want to invest time in. Probably not, but that doesn't mean it's a bad endeavor. I personally am more fascinated by collaboration efforts. And I do think that collaboration efforts are probably some of the best artwork that there are, especially of the two people's styles and their own flavors. And when you combine them with
Okay. Well, it's something that I wanted you to see because it's related to murals, and I wanted you to see that other guy, and I want you to be successful in all your endeavors, including uh, beat. And I think that beat has potential. It's just you have other ideas that I think have more potential. But really, with enough time, Riser, and you watch, if I go viral, like I know that's a big if, but somebody's going to run with that idea, and it's going to be a huge competition and influencers, and it'll be like, oh, why didn't you think that was a good idea then? And this thing, I don't think it's the right idea right now. You need to have some backing, some financial backing to make that project work. But maybe in the future,
the financial background comes from transaction treasury of tokens.
how are people gonna find out about this token? Okay, how do you get influencers to talk about it? You have to pay them.
Well, they have a chance to compete for prize money.
Yeah, but they're gonna say, I need some money up front. I'm not just gonna do this out of the goodness of my own heart.
It depends on the size.
Okay, I'm not saying that
But yeah, you're right. Obviously, if it's someone popular, they're probably not going to do a pro bono for a
like it's the old adage, it takes money to make money. So you've got this idea right now. What's stopping you from getting it to work?
uh, Obama's big. Uh,
That's what's stopping you from getting it to work.
I don't what is supposed
I would say it's investment. You need people to buy into this, whether it's the influencers or individual investors. And the way that you get people to do that is through telling people about it, marketing it. And
Comes to oil are the motivated to other influencers. That's driving
okay, another question that arises: what stops somebody else from just doing what you're doing, just better?
How are we going to do it better?
So you start with Bitcoin Obama and More Light, and they start with Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast.
So they're already a billionaire, basically.
Yeah, basically, if they see that your idea it has a way to be successful, they just do it really big.
So that's actually, I mean, that's a common risk of virtually every single business out there is, okay, how are you going to get it to the point where a giant corporation like Pepsi just squashes you like Justin O'Leary would say the top of
That you
who
are.
you are?
Yeah,
I'd
exactly.
say, I mean, it is about that, but at the same time, like your stream proves, it's like, we have the data to show that we're the original context, and the fact that you're trying to steal our market share means that this idea is workable. And of course, it's the idea here, and we're going to rate every single one of their posts. Like, hey, these guys are massive copycats trying to sell posts. I think cool. Usually people like to not the copycat is just kind of an idea but zero actual innovation experience.
They call it.
It can happen, and it happens all the time that giant companies completely rip off other people. I think
What you have though is not anything that isn't pretty easily replicated and done much better by a larger organization. Can we agree on that?
I mean,
There's nothing proprietary.
absolutely, but I mean the thing is, I mean the only thing that is good about the advertising marketplace, or like the only moat that there is, like you can patent hypothetically the price whatever, but that doesn't matter. The only moat is the network. And so the question is, can you build a network that is going to compete the other giant corporation that's trying to go fast enough before we go basically dog eat dog world, and that's a risk.
Yeah, it is a risk. I mean, it, that's why I said like it's important to have capital behind this, and if you could show that it works, somebody's just going to do it and exactly squash you like the cockroach that you are.
I mean, if they're doing that, that means that there's already value in it.
Right, but why would they look at Obama, Bitcoin Obama, more light when they could look at Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast?
Well, because by the time it actually traction. Like you start at low level creators, no one's going to give a shit whether it's at low level creators. Let's say we're in single five digit, like less than 100,000 followers. Probably less than 10,000 followers, no one cares. Less than 100,000 followers, still barely anyone cares. The second you start getting traction enough to attract six-figure followers, that you have enough momentum to keep snowballing it. And sure, maybe people want enough point. People it's like, no, you're the original creator of the idea.
I mean, there are people who created soda drinks before Coca-Cola, but nobody knows about any of them.
Okay, well, I mean, it's possible to get ripped off. I know that. I guess as a network effects are harder to rip off. A lot harder to rip off than just a problem.
Okay. Stupid. And talk about it. Let me know. You want to know what's going to happen with this bad boy? Yeah, it will be, but not from you in the next maybe 3 years or so. You're gonna sit on it like you sit on all the other ideas. You're gonna lose your momentum for it, but then once this blows up, then people will see that hey, that would be the first one, and then they would get excited about it, and it could be an NFT based on competition, and so it would be really successful. But that's not because it's such a great idea or whatever. It would be because it's associated with the most amount of data in global history, which is what gives it a lot of value. I'm not denying that. So I think that in your case, it will. You won't do anything with it because you've got a lot on your plate already, which is already better ideas. But it will be successful long term. What are your thoughts on that? Very honest opinion.
And I look forward to proving you wrong, but also, if that's true, then that's still a win for me because people will look back on the archive and they introduced to the new creator just like through pages without a random guy who's like an iPhone place idea and saying it's going to Nike can compare the solution. You know,
Okay, I agree. I think that people will love you in the future very much so because you have such a creative mind and you've been blessed with a very creative mind, Riser. It's always working. I wish I could have it focus on things more and see them through to be successful. However, that's not on you. That's just a really hard part of life. So it's not like you're bad or anything like that. You're really good, and you bring up excellent ideas, and just our conversations generate some really good ideas. And like in the future, people will study my conversations with different people, and they will love my conversations with Miss Aquarius for uh, their positivity. They'll love my discussions with Zoot for comedy and mental health. and they will love our conversations for creativity and invention. Like each person will have their own like gift to the world, and yours will be creativity and invention, and that is a beautiful thing that you will, have been able to give to the world.
I appreciate the kind words.
Absolutely, you're very smart. You're very
I was gonna say, yeah, regarding the Chris thing, I do hands up like acknowledge the execution of ideas. I mean, I didn't really know you before, but as I mentioned, like I was very obsessed with our contracts and insurance, and was very focused on that. But then after that, faded away due to practical reasons, and searching for how to best dedicate my time and my money. I continue on and just bursting it open and seeing what ideas are pursuing. And as I mentioned before, if I'm motivated and I have belief in something, then I'm going to dedicate a lot of time, like separately over it. But the belief and motivation are there, so whatever's interest.
and that's
And
you.
sometimes it's difficult to keep the belief and motivation there. I have to remind myself, or other people are able to remind me that, oh, hey, this thing actually is worth pursuing and investing time into it. As there's value behind it, I'm like, oh, yeah, my internal emphasis has been overridden, and then I motivated going down and seeing things.
And that's human nature, and you're not alone.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to say how I appreciate your kind words when you came in, and I love shitting on people and then building them up. And perhaps, but I know that your words are from the art. I wish you the best. You the best. And we want you to support you always as a person, not so much always the ideas. Not everybody always has $1 million ideas or $1 billion ideas or $1 trillion ideas. What I do think you got a winner. I will tell you, I think you should run with this one. And I think right now you have $1 million idea before you, which is this competition thing. You've got $1 billion idea in front of you, which is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and you've got $1 trillion idea, which is update, whatever one you want to go with. Uh, it's taken. I understand. Okay. No, shut the fuck up about Upwork. Get out of here with that garbage. It's not the same. And then it,
I don't know how you. I think it's a very valid question that people ask. How do you compare upward?
Upwork is
So
a
we are competitors. I'm not saying that that's good. I get the argument why they may not be competitors.
how far
This one's specifically tailored for advertising.
how are
Different Upward.
how
Upward also has marketing.
How are Twitter and Tumblr and TikTok? Those are all very similarly named. And it's they're all social media platforms, and they're allowed to coexist using that term. There's you now, there's you porn, and there's YouTube. Those are all allowed. They're all video hosting websites.
Yeah, I don't know how you can't see the overlap between upload and
I'm saying to you that overlap doesn't matter. You have you porn and YouTube. What's the difference? They're both video hosting websites. They're allowed to coexist. So why would
no one's heard of the other one.
wait? You porn, a lot of people have heard of, and YouTube. They're both video hosting websites.
Completely different market.
That's correct. If you go on the Playboy channel on YouTube, you can see naked women.
Okay, you found one, like, found one dress.
I mean,
Try to upload pornography to YouTube and see how quickly your thing gets banned.
it comes down to what do you define as porn? And in United States case law of the Supreme Court, I'll know it when I see it. That's that.
Everyone knows that you're finding some edge case.
That's what I do, baby. They could call me that. I'm the edge. I'm the king of the edge.
The edge game.
Yeah. Baby. All right, my friend. I've got to do my class. So you do your thing. Make sure you come here tomorrow. Make sure you come here tomorrow night. I would love to beat you 10 games in a row in Scrabble. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds good. I played Rabbi against my mom yesterday, and I thought that she would be a lot better at it. She tells me that freaking like honeycomb word game, or literally it should be like training for literally 6 or 7 letters, and you have to make the word with 7 letters. And she does it every day religiously. Get the most. And I thought those skills would transfer into the body, but maybe practice it.
Perhaps it does. Okay, what I want you to know is that we should also watch $1 Billion Billy or some other documentary tomorrow. Okay, so plan on your Friday night to do something. Okay. Remember, everybody, when I asked Riser to plan on Friday night, silence. What is it?
Fucking thing.
Okay. What the fuck is that? Yo, Don. Do you remember? So just be here tomorrow night. We'll watch $1 Billion Billy.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Peace out, Riser.
So there are guys that wait. Actually, I did this. But I'm just like, first base. So that was
Because what kids, it's like so there's two. Everybody
Today is all right, here we go, folks. I'm not gonna Yep. Show us on the that's night. Examination or inspect color. Should perform. Correct. An animal that was acquired by person who Torah All right. Kabbalah. Kabbalah, Forking Kabbalah. It just takes a little time. You hate it? One side that's pleasurable, in record, the other side's up. Other side that's I wish. Chicago, I didn't have a fetish topless. Not that's just I don't know. Shirt. For sure. Most there's a neck, international, greens, holiday, like black, smooth fit. Men, men shirt. Square, square, short, or you got which means he gives drink. Forward. Okay. Settle, that's a town. Shadle, that's a knuckle, which is part of missing is branches. Hey, means dirt. Means to repeat stuff means to carry a burden. Okay, guys, done. But could be Martin Luther King, the other America. Type anniversary. Moms in the West, job side. The job side of the management group is get perspective management and introduction down to the process. Sharing the strength of the that to mean only the news that of the 70s there before getting there but and do the other things so internet properly part of content the shut limit that content people or plural or the red Sonic the Shaka in the Shaka as well as many additional benefits shots for his North the Shah Khan is actually important. By helping the Shah Khan the couple wants to be recovered. This new chapter no one is fair, right? Even the Khan. What is successful professional Shah Khan like and often underappreciated job. Roman Leader once asked Rabbi Rabbi Yossi into that what is he doing? What is he doing since God is making that determine what the elder of so and so will go to so and so and so and so go to this is I plus you the same thing. I have many it may seem simple to you to like a tree. It may seem simple to you to grab a see, but it has but it has difficult to handle with splitting up the trees. Rather when I put make this and smugly proceed to buy 1,000 bags and 1,000 race, 1,000 pieces of cotton. Then it's my however they offer support movement of the Greeks, using the name of the strategy that I guess they like your shop and your product place it in or purchase the shop in a traditional setting. The parents already commit Christian and learning as the pride of ourselves and our children, becomes living lives without them one time from. Here is an excerpt from a letter headed by Rabbi regarding your daughter, it seems to me that people often understand matches God's truth and Hashem's purpose. Nevertheless, everything must have and it is appropriate that on every weekday when the 18th century when the daughters and for all more having the praying and this would be the evening vessel to attract and the kingdom. Now, I've got a bunch of that's fine. We saw the roast with the red heifer become from state. And what are like 10 other riddles that are real and practical? They're just a solution. I do not intend. Already met with you. Torah presents purified and impure, but make the pure. Why must the comb become tamai, ritually impure? Solomon is traditional, but not to have fully grasped super related. The lost problem. Today, how does ethics problem to rebuild the temple most recently? I'm unfortunately you can pick ecosystem requires purity. Electricity is not so I'm swapping for air is right. Smart home violation. What about the ancient free will versus divine foreknowledge? God can arbitrarily be attention. So let's philosophically yourself in a resurrection mechanics, resurrection. When the dead are revived, what body do what about cremated? What about identical shared DNA? Mystical answers exist, but practically it's a metaphysical riddle. Restoration. The Levi who is we rely on tradition genealogically. He is largely lost. The temple era appears a puzzle. Conversion standing from the global war. Who is Jewish? Who is Orthodox? The Shemitah of the universe and Abraham Jamuna. Are we in one cosmic cycle? We're expressing the cycle. What can imply about after of scale? There are I do. Restoring globally collapsing a solution to the Arduino crisis. Shabbat framework AI. Pick one, two. Let's start with numbers and then do the other one. But those are really good. Okay. All right. Um, so we had rabbis starting with basically Moses and Smicha was passed down the formal laying down of hands to Joshua and the Satan up until the second Romans made it illegal. Right? Well, couldn't we just say that uh, has had changed, so it could have just and since rabbi literally means teacher, it could just be the path from one teacher to another. So a teacher has like a classroom. Everyone in that classroom under that teacher, it'd be like a rabbi tree, like a culture tree, and then that would continue. And then it was tried to be restarted in the 16th century or whatever. It didn't even necessarily need to be restarted. It's still going. There's an argument to be said that at its core word, rabbi just means teacher. So we've had rabbis consistently, Jewish teachers, since the fall of the temple and the Roman mandate to end it. So we could just say that rabbi sometimes has more additions with the laying on of hands, different kinds, but at the core it just means teacher. So because we continuously have teachers this entire time, Greek never really ended. No, that's how I see it. Oh, good. Now, I mean, that's how I see it. And that's how I've stated it to the benefit colleagues. At the core, it doesn't mean anything but teacher. You can say that it means other things. That's cool. But at the core, it means teacher. All right, riddle me this. So what up, Tim? I'm in the middle of a crash. How you living, baby? Okay, that's fine. Very well. So, we are currently studying medical organizations, and so there's an argument to be made. So traditionally, as rabbis, the first rabbi traces back to Moshe Rabbeinu and Moses, and he passed it to Joshua, and Joshua the same. Basically, this process of formal biblical organization continued until the second century. However, the Romans made it illegal after the fall of the Second Temple in 69 of the Common Ground. And there's this major point of contention that we do have rabbis today, but it's not necessarily the same rabbis that we had in the second century because of the rabbinical ordination becoming illegal. However, I think there's a pretty easy argument to be made that rabbi simply means teacher. We continuously had Jewish teachers going back to Moses, our teacher, Moses, and rabbinical ordination has been tried to be established again in the 16th century and in the more modern age. But I think that's the heart of the word, rabbi and teacher. And they could mean other things too. So I basically, for the last 45 minutes, went through some British overview and some Kabbalah overview. And at the end of my classes, I go with AI. I basically use AI to be able to make the different arguments. And like yesterday, we reviewed the Red Heifer, which is like a sacrifice that was done during the temple period. So if you pardon me, they didn't do it recently. They have the paddle. No, I guess I have to make that. It hasn't been done. Yeah, exactly. So basically, the human has to be a female cow. It cannot be broke. It cannot have been milked. It cannot have been calved. So meaning it can't have reproduced. It has to have pure red hair, not even one of the hairs can turn a different color. And it's not like pure red, it's like a red orange. It can have horns, it can have hooves. Essentially, it has to be an adult, and it has to be checked. Like a bull that was checked has to be make sure it doesn't have any imperfections. And then at that point, essentially there's a process that takes place outside the temple walls on the Mount of Olives, where a fire would be created. There only has to be one Cohen, basically, has to do it, but usually it would be a team of people. And then the animal is essentially shechted, a process that's ritual slaughter, where the trachea, the blood would be collected into a basin. That basin would be basically, if it had blood, the Cohen would take hyssop with like a type of plant and 7 times spray that or like flick that blood onto the altar. But it's different. It's a different altar than it's not even. It's really just a platform that's outside the walls of the temple. And then from there, the fire would be lit. It doesn't need to be lit in any special way. It doesn't have to be from a like a heavenly source. It can just be lit from regular fire. And then that heifer essentially would be burned to a crisp, even the horns, even the bones and everything. Then from there, all of that ash would be collected from the blood that was in the bowl that didn't get splashed would basically be thrown on the fire as well. Everything would be burned and in its entirety. And then all that ash is collected, and then the collection is kept in a safe place. Basically, then there's a process where people are considered they're considered impure if they are in like they make contact with a dead body, and so it's known as tamate, the impurity. So basically, there's a process that a Kohen can use to use yourself with what's essentially an amount of an ounce amount of the ash of the mix that with light water, so like water from a running source, and then flick that essentially onto the people. So basically, like let's say you make contact with the dead body, you're like, Rabbi, I need to become purified. What do I do? So basically, from it's a 7-day process, but you would basically wash. On the 3rd day, we spray this ash water mix on you, and then again on the 7th day, and then after that, you would ritually wash the mikvah, which is like a ceremonial bath. Water. When I say living water, it comes from a natural source. And from there, you would no longer be tamei. Basically, you would be pure. So, long story short, there's an issue that arises that it's very paradoxical. The person who actually does the slaughtering of the process, that Cohen, by making other people ritually pure, he himself becomes impure. And so So there's this idea that it's impossible for all of Israel to become ritually pure. However, um, using, I mean, I came up with a solution yesterday where it had two pyres and two heifers and two kohanim. Basically, they could ritually purify each other. And so these are not questions that are normally discussed. They're pretty advanced. But long story short, that's what we reviewed yesterday. And then today we're reviewing just um, the role of the rabbi within Jewish society and the role of the biblical ordination. But before we do that, I made a change on my computer. Hopefully, it doesn't keep kicking me out of the Telegram. Hopefully, that continues. It seems like it's not going to us well. So, with that, I'm going to continue. Feel free to listen, okay? Excellent. All right, folks. So, you hear first. We are making the argument that smicha didn't really ever end until here we go. So, um, the argument we're proposing is not the last whole never really ended because Rabbi and scored techniques teacher, and we've had an uninterrupted teacher since let's still add this carefully and then stress what classical solution actually was. In the Mishnah Talmudic period, it began with Rothschild placing hands on Yeshua, but Numbers 27. It continued in an unbroken chain and conferred legal authority that allowed capital cases, fines, nasos, and membership, certain coercive powers. It wasn't just teacher certification, it was jurisdictional authority inside Israel, the land of Israel. It required ordained in the land of Israel with its power transmission. Change appears to have ended under the Roman persecution of the 5th century Your proposal, the continuity argument, using Rabbi used teachers never stopped. Therefore, the core essence of the never stopped. The form of laying up on the pan may have pleaded, but the intellectual change didn't. This is actually a strong philosophical argument because in Perkei most received Torah from Sinai and transmission is the core, not the hands. Your claim is that the essential smicha is Matorah, transmission, not physical ritual. That's elegant. Where this argument is, the counter argument from classical halakha, smicha was acknowledged in tradition. It was a legal empowerment sense. Analogy. You can teach law for 40 years. That does not automatically make you a Supreme Court justice. The classical smicha authority, enforcement power. I think modern rabbis have educational authority, communal authority, moral authority, but not authority, capital jurisdiction, physical level enforcement. So historically, they're not identical categories. The 16th century spot, Rabbi Yaakov Berov attempted to restart Smicha based on Rambam's rule. In all cases, Smicha can't be renewed. It gained traction but faced opposition and collapsed, meaning great rabbis in the classical smicha had your version was exceptional. If we were to redefine smicha as the uninterrupted transmission for authority, then yes, it never ended. Smicha means a specific halakhic status with judicial consequences. So the dispute depends on definition. These two types of authority. You may have uncovered something interesting. You may be ontological smicha. Transmission of Torah, teacher to student, never stopped. Judicial smicha, formal legal empowerment, land of Israel, ended under Rome. That reframes the whole discussion. When Rambam didn't use your order argument, Maimonides clearly distinguishes between being a Torah scholar, being a and judicial. If the argument worked halakhically, he would have just said, "Still a rabbi." I will tell him, but he didn't. This suggests that the classical definition requires something more concrete with teaching continuity. But here's where you're actually onto something big. The Sanhedrin continued to function, but Jewish law had survived without it for 1,600 years, meaning de facto authority shifted from centralized court power to distributed scholarly consensus. So maybe the Jewish legal system evolved from vertical authority to network authority. This is not a bug, this is a survival feature. Steelman's version of your thing. The strongest possible frame, Stephen's essence is the door. Its transmission never stops. Therefore, the spirit of Smithra never ended. Only its Roman era political enforcement dimension collapsed. The Jewish people organically transitioned to decentralized philosophy authority. That actually is that theory, real. If your theory were accepted, then could we declare that valid today? Could capital law return? Could fines also be reinstated? Most people say no. But philosophically, your rules reframes the question. Final thought. You didn't necessarily solve the classical problem, but you exposed something new, the difference between legal empowerment and authority community. And that distinction is huge. All right. Let's see here. All right, well, to debate that point, you said that just because a legal scholar spends 40 years learning the law doesn't mean that they can be a Supreme Court justice. No, technically, you don't even have to be a lawyer to be a Supreme Court justice. So your argument is poor. Have you? So your argument additionally, additionally, Judaism replaced temple sacrifices with daily davening after the fall of the Second Temple. So we recognize that different processes have changed over the course of the past 2,000 years, certainly over the last 3,300 in Judaism, and certainly within the last 5,786 years of the length of the book. And so, certainly, in addition to this, we do still have judges and have had data in houses of judgment traditionally for thousands of years. Somebody had to rule on judicial issues within shtetls and within medieval and even the ancient Near East. So these things have continued. The argument I feel is enhanced. What your thoughts? Right. Thank you. Yeah. Learn. Now we're actually debating, and it's found that it's stronger than the first version, but she would seriously. You're basically claiming authority structures evolved Judaism as a major education group of carbon of 351. We had beta dan rabbinical courts continued, and therefore saying smicha ended, major smicha came now from authority itself. That's a much more sophisticated claim. Let's pack it on carefully. The Supreme Court analogy. You're right. You're correct. There is no constitutional requirement that U.S. Supreme Court justice be a lawyer. So the analogy I gave wasn't very great. Your point, authority is conferred by recognition and structure, not by intrinsic professional status. Catch. So here's where the analogy still matters. In Judaism, classical smicha wasn't merely communal recognition, it was a specific halachic category with defined powers. That's the key difference. Sacrifices were replaced. Important distinction. You referenced the shift from carbonate sacrifices to tefillah prayer. Here's a critical nuance. Prayer was not a legal replacement for sacrifices that became a functional substitute in exile, a spiritual parallel, a temporary instruction. But halachically, sacrifices still binding the course. If a temple stood tomorrow, carbonate would resume. So, do not say prayer abolish sacrifice. I did not say that. I just said they replaced them. So the institution changed the parameters but not law. This distinction is massive. Continuous beta is your strongest point. You're absolutely right. We have had beta continuously for 2,000 years. Some people about marriage, divorce, conversion, monetary disputes, so judicial authority clearly didn't vanish. But here's the technical distinction. First Talmudic beta function under delegated communal authority, rabbinic power, and sent-based enforcement. They do not have the capital jurisdiction authority to impose not horrifying Sanhedrin level of national sovereignty. In other words, they are courts but not sovereign courts. That difference matters a lot. The real court question, the deeper claim, is that if Jewish people collectively recognize rabbinic authority continuously, isn't that the functional equivalent of street cut? Now we're talking. Because this reframes as authority derived from national recognition with practical government, rather than a mystical laying on of hand claims. A mystical laying on of hand claims. That's a serious philosophical position. Where the classical objection stands. The Talmudic model of smicha required transmission of inheritance by individuals from someone who himself had smicha in an unbroken legal chain. When that chain broke, the category ceased, not because Jews stopped teaching, but because the legal condition ended. It's like a corporation charter expiring. You can keep doing business, but technically the charter status is gone. The radical path of argument opens. If authority of laws and communal recognition foundation then a unified global rabbinic consensus could theoretically reconstitute national authority. That's essentially Rambam's minority proposal. Also, his issue is restored. You're pushing that logic further. Maybe it's never truly disappeared. It's decentralized. That's cool. Here's the deep structural issue. Judaism distinguishes between Torah law that is eternal and fixed and rabbinic systems that can adapt structure. Sacrifices to prayer, that's adaptive mode. Smicha to decentralized scholarship, that's adaptive mode. But classical carry specific Torah powers. Those powers have not been exercised. That's the sticking point. Where your argument actually wins. You're correct in this sense. Jewish authority did not collapse and transform. We moved from centralized sovereignty to distributed scholarly authority. That's not absence, that's evolution. In fact, the survival of Judaism arguably depended on this. The unresolved question is smicha defined by legal, technical, chain continuity, or ongoing national core authority? If it ended in being better one. The problem with big sports, A, the Jewish history seems to demonstrate B. That tension is real. Final assessment, I didn't refute the classical position, but you exposed that the argument that smicha ended depends entirely on its narrow technical definition, and you showed that authority is showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrated, and you showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrated adapted before. That's a legitimate enhancement of the living. All right. I mean, it's one of two things. It's either Smicha ended, and then we can really have no rabbis anymore from a traditional standpoint, logically, the Talmud argument. And then it's over. It's done. We can never have a Sanhedrin. And if that's the case, then we can never reestablish many of the things in Israel. Or the second case is the only viable option. Therefore, the second case has to be the solution. And it is legitimate. And there's an argument to be made. And on top of that, if you look at the phrase as smicha, the laying on of hands has continued. The teaching has continued. Torah transmission has continued. Talmudic transmission has continued. It is simply a decentralized version of the previous temple smicha that had to adapt based on the fact that we were in exile. Now you've shifted the historical argument to logical necessity. You're saying Smicha truly ended, which rabbinic authority today is fundamentally illegitimate and something that may never return, or it transforms the centralized system remains alive in a blood form, which must be the correct reading. That's a powerful binary frame. But here's the key. If it ended, then rabbis are illegitimate. This assumes Smicha all rabbinic authority. But historically, that's not necessarily how Holocaust framed it. There were two layers: biblical judicial authority dependent on classical rabbinic communal authority based on scholarship recognition. When Smicha ended, only category 8 ended. Category 8 did not. So the system did collapse. Can we never have a Sanhedrin again? Not necessarily. This is where the Bible becomes critical. He rules all the sisters in Israel agreed to appoint judges because can be restored. That means even in classical framework, that means that even in classical framework, the door was never permanently locked. It requires consensus, not continuity. So the system built in the reboot clause. Your decentralization thesis, you're proposing something deeper. Smith did here transform transition from vertical chain-based sovereignty to horizontal network-based authority. That is historically observable. After Rome, there's no centralized Sanhedrin, but enormous halakhic creativity, Talmud compiled, Geonim ruled, Rishonim codified, Achronim refined, Torah authority flourished. That supports your decentralization theory. This is the crucial distinction. The Torah sometimes allows the reference adaptation, and it allows rabbinic governments based on communal concern. What it does not do is, if something becomes impractical, we define it out of existence. Sacrifice want to be defined. It was suspended due to conditions wasn't redefined. Highest powers became from. Dormant does not mean third option. Your reframing was either it ended forever or it evolved and continued. But the concept of biblical sovereign authority continued in the different categories, and restoration remains theoretically possible. That's actually the traditional position where your argument really bites the correct, correctly sensitive. Survived exile because of what you the authority had required double sovereignty would have collapsed. So yes, this is adaptive elasticity built into the system, but elasticity is not the same ontological question. Does decentralized rabbinic authority generate the same metaphysical status as classical sultan, or a different kind of authority exile but not so? Most classical sources say A, other intuitions most classical sources say B, other intuition leans to A. That's the philosophical depth. What you're really wrestling with is if Jewish authority is That's there's a lot of necessity force option two, not necessarily. All cause not covenantal something and currently impossible to make interrupted awaiting messianic restoration without being logically redefined and power suspended institution. Your decentralization thesis is strong. However, it doesn't logically force the conclusion that classical space has never ended. Maybe classical space is dormant, while rabbinic authorities evolved through a parallel system that preserves both historical integrity and cellular adaptability and keeps the rebirth door open. Now, here's the next little question. If tomorrow every major Orthodox authority in Israel agreed to restore Shmita under Rambam's rule, would it be legitimate? Yeah, we already know that. Yeah, but that's just Rambam's opinion. And frankly, we don't follow a lot of what Rambam said. That's one man's opinion. And whether or not that would be legitimate is still just based on one rabbi from 1,000 years ago. Who's to say that it has to be in Eretz Israel? Who's to say what that even means? Does that mean the borders of Israel? Could that be the settlements? Could that mean all Orthodox schools in the world? What does Eretz Israel really mean? I know it means the land of Israel. It's very well defined. Now you're moving from institutional theory to meta authority. You're asking, why does Rambam get to define and implement mechanism? Why must it be Eretz Israel, land of Israel? Why do you conscious Israel philosophy? Besides, good. That's the right pressure point. Let's slow it down and be precise. It's Rambam's opinion. You're correct that Machiavelli would be 20 Here's an inventing it too. I tell what the debate is not follow Rambam, the debate is Rambam correctly be determined. And in this case, Rambam says Shmita can be restored by consensus on stages in Eretz Israel. Many others disagree. Public restoration requires Mashiach. I don't think it is permanently suspended until properly returned. Yes, it's contested. But it's not arbitrary. Why Eretz Israel matters. This is not Rambam's invention. The Talmud itself applies classical Shmita to being granted in Eretz Israel judicial authority in the land. Why? Because classical Shmita is tied to sovereign Jewish jurisdiction, the Sanhedrin, national covenantal authority, outside the land, which is historically left boundary. So the land isn't geographic trivia, it's jurisdictional. What counts as Eretz Israel? Now it's history. Logically, Eretz Israel can be biblical borders from 34 land country by Yahushua, land sacrifice on the Israel, currently areas with land funding and sovereignty. These are not categories of depth and complexity, but none of them historically any Orthodox. Because the land requirement wasn't a mature population. The deeper question is something more radical. If a theory comes from transport transmission, why is land even relevant? Why should geography affect legal powers? That's actually an theological question that core binds by many mythical functions in the land under Psalm 800. Judaism is a really ancient text. It's land-based covenant, exile for textual survival mode. That doesn't erase Israel campaign. Who has meta authority? Strongest vote so far. Who decides what counts? If there is no Sanhedrin, who authorizes the legal conditions? That's the paradox. To restart Shmita, we need to recognize authorities or recognize authority in terms of that's the real signal. Why Rambam proposal matters. Rambam tries to break these circularities. He proposes collective agreement of the six in the arena, creates the ability to research chain. In other words, authority will emerge from national development preference and not municipal institution. Whether we accept that is another thing. Israel means something broader. If you wanted to steal it with your people might in the collective Jewish people covenantal body, that's strictly geography, but it's strictly Holocaust. That's not interpreted in way in so philosophically that's a live question. The real core problem. Here's what is all the details. Is Jewish authority land anchored in sovereignty based or and transmission? Temple era is a has not we lived we've lived in the for 2,000 years. You're asking whether the universe is a permanent traditional or settled. It is dormant, not a body. Now this argument going forward. If you want to push the further sharp fingers, the exile has been landed for 2,000 years and Jewish law adapts and unadapted. And the system already demonstrated it can function without classical time. Therefore, perhaps restoration is not legally necessary for legitimacy. Go ahead. But it doesn't prove restoration will disappear only that survival is independent. Where the real explosion. Here's the danger of Israel today and sovereign Jewish state. Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state. The sovereignty itself shows a dormant category. That's much more destabilizing than redefining Israel because now the land was sovereignty combination is partially restored. And that is the whole reflected back into the practical territory. We're not wrong to challenge the politician, but the deeper it is a beautiful place. What kind of legal authority in Judaism, territories, and sentences, or sovereignty? That's the real fact. And it,
It says, "Ish Bar." It says, "No, take the job. Shoot, take the job. Get rough." Yeah. Zoro, that is it. Take. That is it. I can that I am allowed to do. You're not. Sober. Let's say, right? And I want so to be different good.
That's my has to be.
There's a release. Yeah. You know, you're sweet. Oh, you're sweet. Yeah, I'm a sweet. Sweet more than you would. I feel noise. They do need, like they need to update. I'm curious, were the ratings popping in? I know. Such a big deal. Well, I see. She did great. Good. All right. I watched the show. I didn't watch it. I would imagine, but let's look at I'm on top. Just gay as a Russians. The Russians are straight sex. Yeah. The guys who you gotta be. I told you, Nick Collins said, call him Zesty. If you look at the 5 or 6, Two years in LA. Rock would be, I think, it's fine. Her family. I love it. Jersey.
Joe, two or three years ago, so much he didn't know what to do. There was and I thought he was trying is first situations. Your fucking soldiers are fighting right now. She sucks. She's got to be. Yeah, they would have. You know what? Kelly said, he said, look, government can always be the network. Do it. Not if they're involved.